Hola. Welcome to Illuminati News. A lot of people are talking about Minnesota, eh? Not me, because I don't give a fuck about all the fucking bullshit, modern politics. The modern politics. I mean, they're just so. I mean, you take away all the any type of I like this side or I like that side. It all seems to be more and more socialism. Damn, I forgot to pop. More and more fucking socialism. And that's basically what it boils down to. This type, that type, the other type, whatever. Doesn't matter. As long as it fills the pockets of the elite. Fills their pockets full of money. Capitalizing off socialism. Name of the tune. We want this kind of socialism. No, we want that kind of socialism. Back and forth, back and forth. The Nazis weren't socialists. Yes, they were. They were socialists. That's the type of arguments you see. It's all socialism. Socialist engineers. Bunch of just rolling a cigarette real quick. Bunch of goddamn socialists. Nobody gives a fuck about the Constitution. See if they could spin their arguments to make the Constitution relevant in whatever they're saying, then I give a fuck. But when it's not, I don't really give a fuck. Why should I give a fuck if somebody plays with fire and gets burned for being an idiot? I mean, that's what all the leftists are also concerned about. Oh, somebody played with fire and got burned. Now we're mad. They all. It's just so ridiculous. Like, why should I give a fuck if some fucking idiot, you know, no skin off my balls? Fucking idiots. Fucking go damn. Okay, I'm too cool to have any viewers, so just smoke a cigarette by myself. So, damn it. Let's put weed in that cigarette too. Wow. Yeah, it's too cool to okay. Yeah, I showed that race car video last night. It went on the thing. It was like, you gotta take this off there. It's like, all right, whatever. Hey, what's going on, Pedro? You coming on the show? Welcome to the show. Right on YouTube, like you don't fucking know. Yeah, I haven't decided. I mean, I figured I was gonna read more Nazi article shit from Cuddy, but I was trying to. Oops, wrong button. Trying to resurrect some fucking other stuff about that Phoenix thing and those companies, Heldron and the other ones. It's gonna take me forever to dig that up. Cool. Yeah, so the New World Order. I mean, how many people are out there in the conspiracy world are talking about Christ consciousness bullshit? Not very many. And that they don't understand that that's all part of the Bahaism, you know, and that the Aryan race bullshit is fucking. The Aryan word is interchangeable with Christ consciousness in their religion, their secret religion, where they write about it in their fucking bullshit propaganda like the Lion King. Oh, why the fuck did that happen? Damn it. The cigarette's already dried out. I need to like put like a fucking piece of apple or something in the tobacco to make it like moist. Then after the apple absorbs all the nicotine, you eat it. No. That'd be pretty harsh. Okay, so I think I was right here. I mean, I might as well just start reading. Doesn't matter what the title is, because nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Let's see here. Regardless of if I have the I'm blacklisted either way. I mean, doesn't give a fuck. Doesn't matter what the title is. Nelson Rockefeller wanted to be a point. Actually, I'm gonna finish my cigarette before I start reading, because then I won't like smoke another cigarette so soon. I just quit. I was gonna quit a couple days ago, but it's like, I always see all this parasite shit on the fucking internet. Scary. I don't want no parasites. Fucking give me some nicotine. Just don't want to smoke too much. No more than like 5 or 6 a day. I mean, I probably smoke enough weed to counteract. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. So yeah, by stuff about the Donald DeFreeze stuff that I've been talking about, Ralph Tortellini, Jolly and West, the mind control programs. Why isn't that loaded? That fucking thing. Load. Open sesame. Okay, it doesn't seem to be working. Earl Bryan, Operation Phoenix, connected with the Jolly and West, Donald DeFreeze thing. William Herman. This is all based on that one episode of Cooper's where Dr. Martin Horning, Jolly and West, where that episode of Cooper is intense. The one it's called Oz. He starts off a little rough around the edges, but then the last 20 minutes, the last 30 to 40 minutes of the episode is starts going into the secret government. Because if people don't understand what was created when they deprived the Constitution, they can't understand the modern conspiracy because they think the Constitution is still in effect. But I can list off infinite numbers of things that prove that the Constitution is not in effect. Such as simply our money isn't gold and silver. Such as, I mean, there's. Let me enjoy my cigarette. I'm just joking. I need to like clean my ashtrays. There's a lot going on in the world. That people are living in a compartmentalized world. They have a compartmentalized view on things. And so they can't put all the variables into perspective. And that they live in a fantasy world because they don't have all the variables. They can't calculate the outcomes. They can't think of they can't understand that we don't have a constitution. I mean, otherwise fucking our country would be sovereign. You know, that they went against the Constitution when they started pushing the executive orders, which don't trump constitutional law or constitutional supremacy. They started planning the world government in the 1800s. Planning it, planning it, planning it. They were meeting for world government meetings in the 1890s. There was sessions where lawyers eventually made councils that compartmentalized things more and more. The New World Order is the old world order. It's existed for quite some time, 100 years at minimum. Uh, which one should I smoke? I'm just gonna smoke the strong one. 100 years. 100 years of shenanigans. 100 years of lies. 100 years of these people that were subverting the Constitution and making it so things have different meanings, words, where people would no longer believe in the Constitution, where they would believe in the internationalisms, and they would forget about American history and their country, forget about what it means to be an American, what it means to be free, what it means to have rights. They would forget about all of that, and they would take the comfort of the lie, the big, beautiful lie. And that I'm not referencing anything from that except for lies in general. There's no confusion because I'm not talking in any types of coded language. I'm just talking about just trying to keep it simple. The lies that are perpetuated, uh, the people who live in the lies, they can't handle the lies. They believe them as truths, and then when something doesn't match the model of reality that they built based off the lies, they rationalize it with situational ethics. And they compound the lies. And they get even more lost. Before you know it, their emotions are running every aspect of their reality. Their emotions. Because that's all they can trust is their emotions. Because they're so, and that anyone who goes into some sort of metaphorical battle, who's wearing their emotions on their sleeve, who's controlled by their emotions, will lose. They will succumb to the lies, and they will do what their masters want them to do because they will only follow their emotions, and the New World Order will manipulate their emotions. Oh, God damn it. I hate these tiny papers. The the world isn't just what it is. It's more than that. When Linda Thompson documents the Royal British Hong Kong Gurkhas changing police procedure in the early 90s, when William Cooper discusses the no-knock warrants that were made famous on Cops television in the late 80s, that's when it all started to really hit. New World Order. People watched the show every day, not knowing that it was illegal to have a no-knock warrant. It was unconstitutional. People accepted the unconstitutionality. From there, it went on and on and on. People accept the lies. They the I'm just reading that thing on the screen. I didn't notice that one. Okay. Anyways, so when the where's my lighter? So the people who were blinded by the New World Order's many shades of socialism, thinking that it's the cure, it's the answer, it's gonna save everybody. Oh, it's all bullshit. That their hopium, you buy into the hopium, and next thing you know, you're brain dead. Maybe I better just start this article. No, god damn it, this fucking paper came apart. These fucking papers are garbage. Fucking ran out of zigzags. Let's see here. Nelson Rockefeller, when appointed president, Richard Nixon's vice president. Oh, looks like we got a guess. I'll wait to start. Hey, what's going on?
What's up, man? No, go ahead.
Nah, going on a rant about how the New World Order has been in effect for quite some time. The various shades of it. Whew. Yes. So, I guess I'll go on. Nelson Rockefeller wanted to be appointed President Richard Nixon's vice president after Spiro Agnew was removed from that office, but Nixon chose Gerald Ford rather than Nelson Rockefeller. The Watergate scandal removed Nixon, who was replaced by Gerald Ford as president. Ford then appointed Nelson Rockefeller as his vice president. Was all this a coincidence? Coincidental? Doesn't sound coincidental. Rockefeller's like, I'm getting in there.
A lot. It was also, I think, wasn't who was the vice president that became who was Bush was a vice president at one time, senior, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
He went from like CIA director to vice president to president.
Yeah. Let's see. Not all high levels of Nixon administration were adversely affected by Watergate scandal. Kissinger seemed to escape the scandal unscathed. Also remember Bob Woodward's Carl Bernstein's Final Days, 1976. They wrote that in General Alexander Haig's presence, Kissinger referred pointedly to military men as dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns for foreign policy. Well, that's pretty harsh. Yeah, so all the Americans out there who are in the military should write a letter to Rockefeller, or who was that? Or write a letter to Kissinger. Well, I don't think he's alive, but
he's burning in hell by now.
Yeah, they probably had to bury him face down with the vampires.
A wooden stake in his chest. Yeah.
Make sure he can't get out. I know he's gonna come back
I
tonight.
don't think we want him back. Oh man.
Let's see here. So it should be remembered that the secret Nazi plan is only one part of the larger power elite plan to control the world, which began long ago. An earlier column referred to Philip Frenoux's July 1792 American Museum article about how the elite plan to gain control of the U.S. using debt, etc. Andrew Jackson also did battle against the power elite members in Europe, who in turn backed an attempt to kill Jackson. Right after that, the power elite began a 25-year plan to divide the U.S. into North and South, as described in the 1861 letter from U.S. Minister to Vienna, John Lathrop Motley, to his mother. Huh. Here we go. Otto von Bismarck. Yeah, I can't get this joint lit. It's fucking goddamn. What are those papers?
Reminds me of an old
Elements.
pothead joke.
Yeah, those elements are fucking garbage. I mean, they burn good and stuff. Paper just doesn't want to stick half the time.
Yeah, so I get the raw, the Lazy Susan. I roll my joints in pink, so I use pink for my joints and brown for my CBD. But I usually like the Lazy Susans. Not
Yeah,
more
so you don't get them mixed up.
Yeah, because that'll make things difficult.
Oh yeah. German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, 1876, confirmed Motley's discovery. He stated the division of the United States. Division of the United into two federation of equal forces was decided long before the Civil War by high financial powers of Europe. These bankers were afraid the United States, if the United States, if they remained as one bloc, were to develop as one nation, would obtain economic and financial independence, which would upset the domination of Europe over the world. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see here. 5 months before his death, Abraham Lincoln in November 1865 wrote to William Elkin in fear that, quote, the money power of the country will endeavor to prolong its reign by working upon the prejudices of the people until all wealth is aggregated into a few hands. The republic is destroyed, end quote. Cecil Rhodes would later continue his plan by having, quote, gradually absorbed the wealth of the world, end quote. As one purpose of his secret society of the elect, Rhodes' mentor was John Ruskin, who was on his gravestone a swastika, an Aryan symbol that the Nazis would later adopt. Yeah, I remember that. I've shown his gravestone on here before.
Who was that?
John Ruskin, Rhodes Scholar, mentor. Yeah, Rhodes mentor. Yeah, all this swastika Aryan shit is much older than the Nazis. Let's see here. Power Elite's ultimate goal is synthesis of Western capitalism and Eastern communism into a world socialist government. Relevant to that, on February 9th, 1972, Roy Ashe, who had become the head of President Richard Nixon's Office of Management and Budget on December 1972, revealed, quote, state capitalism may well be a form for world business in the world ahead, but the Western countries are trending toward a more unified and controlled economy, having greater effect on all business. The communist nations are moving more and more towards a free market system. The question posed, also, mental note, Marx is pro world free trade. The question posed was whether East and West would meet someplace toward the middle in about 1990. End quote. 3 months later, May 19th, 1972, Ashe declared that, quote, in 2 decades, the international institutional framework for the world economic community will be in place, and aspects of individual sovereignty will be given over to a supranational authority. Youch.
Supernatural authority.
Supranational.
Oh, sorry. Supernatural. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in a huge debate with some Marxists on Twitter about it. I busted out a bunch of book quotes. And they were like, no. They just didn't reply.
That's, yeah.
Because if it was a free national market, that's fine. But world market destroys the middle class.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it benefits doesn't benefit the people. It benefits the small purple ring. Yeah.
Yeah, the rich.
Mm-hmm.
To show how accurate the Power Elite's timetable is, note that. But what's crazy that people just can't stomach the idea that people are lying. They don't want to think that Marx and all these other people are liars. Bush,
Yeah.
Reagan.
Look, I'm not trying to be mean. I never try to be mean, but like my uncle always used to say, the masses are asses. And the fact is that we've taught millions of people how to read, but reading doesn't mean anything if they don't have critical thinking skills. And especially with the younger generation now, they don't even have basic common sense.
Yeah,
So they have opinions that just because they can read them doesn't mean they can comprehend them, unfortunately.
yeah, yeah. They just regurgitate everything that they're told, like a bunch of
Yep.
slaves.
It sounds good. So,
Okay, so January 1st, 1995. Note that just I said the World Trade Organization was established with the coercive ability to force even the U.S. government to change our laws. WTO. This is written in 2010. Power Elite's ultimate goal of world socialist government will be facilitated by coercive economics. For example, despite this demonstration by tens of thousands of pro-independent Taiwanese, June 29th, 2010, the Taiwanese government signed the Economic Cooperation Framework Agreement with the government of Communist China. Such deals make nations like Taiwan less and less independent, which is necessary precondition for global economic unification under world socialist government. Let's see here. So he's given an example step by step. Apple Computer gives tons of money to Han Hai Precision Industry Co., trade name Foxconn, that produce 70% of its iPhones and iPads. Han Hai is a Taiwanese electronics manufacturing giant, but most of its employees and the plants are in Communist China due to the low labor costs there. There have been many suicides at these plants. Well, we remember that. Those nets that they would use to catch people.
That's right.
Communist China overlooks this animosity toward Taiwan because its jobs and money companies like Foxconn provide the communists. See how the economic interrelationships are created. Powerly make nations so dependent upon these that they will trump ideological considerations. Here we go. Finally, the power elite will arrange international economic crisis to put the final squeeze upon nations thus far unwilling to bow to its control. The most recent example of such a crisis is the recession recently caused in the housing, investment, financial markets in the U.S. and its ripple effect felt globally. This followed British Prime Minister Gordon Brown on February 19, 2010 in London to remark the Progressive Governance Conference, quote, I believe, first of all, that we now need nothing short of a world constitution for the global financial system. Think of the consequences of the nations of the world, including the U.S., having to submit to such a world constitution and its enforceable authority. Yeah, there was quite a few world constitution bullshit fucking things. I got a screenshot of one. It was the UN shit. Where's that? Damn it, I just seen it last night.
It's funny because now the housing market's crashing.
Yeah. Yeah, Cooper predicted the silver would go way up. It'll probably go back down again.
No, it's going to probably keep climbing, actually, because we don't have any left in the United States. There's nothing. I think Trump did an executive order to find to audit everybody for industrial silver.
Here it is. Yeah, I think I heard something about that. Constitution of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization.
It's hard to see. It looks like Chinese to me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about this fucking world government bullshit.
Yeah.
19. Yeah, freaking let's see. Okay, looks like it's getting back in the Nazi shit. Yeah, so Damn it, we went over a bunch of shit last night. I don't remember half of
Yeah.
it. Let's see. Louis Kilzer's Hitler's traitor and Paul Manning's Martin Bormann Nazi in exile. Question has been raised about the contradiction between these two authors regarding what happened to Martin Bormann. Oh, I remember this part. So he goes over the evidence of Manning presents evidence that Bormann escaped South America and lived long after World War II. However, Kilzer argues that DNA evidence and dental records examined in 1998 confirmed Arthur Axman's claim that Bormann died near Weidhammer Bridge, Germany, blah, blah, blah. But so then he shows more evidence to prove that that was not accurate. First, Kilzer seems to have a better case with the DNA evidence from skeletal remains unearthed by construction crew near a bridge in 1972 is matched with that of Bormann relative rather than DNA known to have come from Bormann himself. When Bormann was planning to escape, he could have had the dental records of his relative of similar height substituted for his own, and that person's remains could have been uncovered in 1972, or since FBI files showed Bormann on August 4th, 5th, and 14th, 1967, written checks on demand accounts to several banks. In several banks, perhaps Bormann died between 67 and 72, and his body was then secreted back to Germany to be discovered, quote unquote. Why did the construction crew just happen to unearth the skeleton remains in 1972 rather than earlier when Axman made his original claim? Yeah. Plus, why would they have? If they were, what would they find it at? Under a bridge? Why wouldn't they have found it when they built the bridge? I'm gonna have to look up which bridge that is. Let's say which bridge. Near a bridge. I'll have to figure that out later. Well, maybe I can just Google it real quick. Curious.
That's a good point. What bridge would it have been?
Okay. It says near the Invalidenstrasse Bridge, close to the former
Invalidenstrasse? Invalid? Yeah. I think invalid is a word that they use, I think, for like injured veterans in in some languages.
They think that he committed suicide March. Discovered near the bridge. Okay, so okay, so the bridge is all cement. Wait, hold on. Okay, what is this? Yeah, the bridge is all like cement. Where the fuck would they have discovered him? God damn it. Let's give me a redirect notice. Yeah, here we go. Well, that's not the right bridge. It's the Weidenhammer Bridge. God damn it. I thought it was the, yeah, it said the Invalidenstrasse Bridge. Okay, let me just copy that. What was that, Germany? Where they found that? Yeah, Germany. Okay, the Sundruck. Okay, so it says the Sandkrugbruck is a bridge on Invalidenstrasse, whatever, in Berlin, Germany. Okay.
What was it? Say it one more time. You broke. You rub banded slightly.
I can't see the word very good. Sandkrugbruck Bridge.
Sandkrug. Brug is bridge. Sandkrug.
Yeah, let me just bring it up real quick.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, this doesn't look like somewhere where you would easily find,
I mean, it's over water. Where would they? Unless he jumped, they found him. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Sand,
if he fell in, he would be fucking.
Yeah, they would have found him years ago. Well, bridges have a lot of esoteric meaning in a lot of these things. So I don't want to send you too far off a tangent again because I know you want to get through this.
Yeah.
But like also like the famous Roberto Calvi of the Banco Ambrosiano scandal was found hanging under the
Yeah.
Blackfriars Bridge in London.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
yeah, so
Well,
there's a lot of interesting stuff there.
Cooper brings
Yeah.
it further. He says that the water was the water was touching his body twice on the ebb and tide, and that which
Oh,
links it to the Masonic oath.
yeah. Well, it's connected to P2, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't see where they would find anything there. I mean, unless it was like buried in by one of these walls or something at the building.
Yeah, it doesn't make a
I
lot of
mean,
sense.
because the bridge looks like it's probably. I mean, what year was it built? Let's see here.
1994, I think it said, right? Yeah, I think it said 94 on the thing.
93. Wait. Well, Boobagen, whatever that means. For some reason, it's in German. So I think it was built in 93. I'm assuming.
Gunther Liftfin.
Well, here says 1883. Well, that might be just the person that. God damn it! Why is it
Found
gotta
it in
be?
German. I just realized all that. Yeah, this is in German.
Yeah, it's. Well,
I was
maybe I
like
can
reading.
translate it somehow. Translate. Oops.
Oh, there you go.
Oops. Okay. Let's see here.
If you do, you might Google Translate. If you put it in there, you could do it by the website during the one.
Widening of the trench, 4 bridges, blah blah. An arch bridge was built here. Even though the Second World War, the construction was severely damaged and repaired. Yeah, so it was repaired in the 1950s. Why wouldn't they
Yeah,
have found the body then?
yeah,
You
it
know,
doesn't make sense.
I mean, let's see this next.
And where would he have been? So what? There was like a something over it, and like yeah, it doesn't make sense. He was definitely planted there.
Yeah, the bridge structure repaired the war served road traffic until before construction of the wall in 1961. Oh, so if there was a wall built in 1961, why didn't they find it then? Charlie Burnens in 1961 to 1990, border crossing point, blah blah. So it doesn't even mention the finding of the body
Mm.
of what's his name. Well, that's fucked. Yeah, because I used to build tie walls and stuff sometimes during construction, and
Mhm.
like you'd have to dig up the whole fucking bullshit and fucking put a bunch of tiles or a bunch of tiles under it, for the
Yeah,
water drainage, and like you'd have to rework the whole landscape and like fucking you know there's no way that somebody didn't shovel and see that shit or something.
yeah,
Because they would have done it all by hand back then.
yeah. They would. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So although the theory would undermine Paul Manning's assertion that Borman was alive in South America at least until 1980. Well, yeah, then okay, so then if he was okay, so if Borman was in South America, the FBI has got him on file writing checks, and
Mhm.
that and so if he did die in South America, well, I mean, they would have had to have taken his body back if he didn't live longer than what they say. You know what I mean? And then
Mhm.
planted it. Uh, it's talking about that one guy got his legs broken.
Mhm.
Let's see here. Yeah, so okay, so if Borman did die that year, then why did General Reinhard Galen later say Borman escaped to USSR? Why was Paul Manning's publisher's legs broken as a result of publishing Manning's book? In addition, why was Paul Manning's son murdered as Manning in the early 1990s continued his research into Borman's South American activities? Well, that's fucked up. Let's see. Manning didn't think much of Axman's claims regarding Borman's demise, nor did William Stevenson. In the Borman Brotherhood, 1973, Stevenson noted that, quote, a respected authority on Nazi Germany, Hugh Trevor Roper, commented about Axman that, quote, if he wished to protect Bormann, his natural course would be to give false evidence of his death, end quote.
Yeah, that makes
Stevenson,
sense.
yeah. Stevenson noted, time when book was published, Axman is, quote, not positive at all, end quote, that he saw Bormann's corpse May 1945. Stevenson wrote, quote, now he, Axman, recalled only that he passed two unconscious men in the dark of night among many dead and dying. He had since been told that Stump Feger, whom he originally also said lay dead next to Bormann, broadcast from Russia. So he was not sure about anything. He, Axman, knew Bormann would head towards northwest Germany and the big U-boat pens near Flensford. He was far more useful as a decoy. Yeah, because one of these, I think he's about to go into it, where they DNA tested Hitler's jaw, and that it was a female jaw, so it couldn't have been Hitler. Despite the questions raised concerning Kilzer's claim about Bormann's death, there's other revealing information in Kilzer's book. For example, he claims that General Franz Halder, head of the German General Staff, 38 through 42, said the mission of Rudolf Hess, Hitler's closest friend who helped him write Mein Kampf, and who also was Deputy Führer of the Third Reich, to Britain was part of Hitler's grand strategy to make peace with the British after appearing to engage in full-scale war with them. So the Soviets would be surprised when Hitler suddenly attacked the USSR in Operation Barbarossa. Kilzer wrote, the British double-crossed Hitler and informed Moscow of the nature of Hess's mission.
Who did it say? Rudolf Hess. Okay, and I wanted to say it said who helped Hitler write Mein Kampf.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
interesting. Yeah. I want to just look him up 1 second.
Kilzer also revealed that Bormann, Hess's deputy, was largely responsible for the Holocaust, changing a report before Hitler could see it about Jews being liquidated, to say instead that 1.45 million Jews had been deported to the east, 1.27 million had been, quote, processed through the camps, end quote. If Bormann was working with the Soviets, what does this say about the Soviet connection to the Holocaust? Yeah, so I think the Soviets are okay. So yeah, if Bormann was working for the Soviets, then he was part of the Holocaust, and the Soviets were part of the Holocaust. I mean,
well, they were all in. I think all. What were they all in the same? I don't know if they were all Knights of Malta or there was some chivalric order that the three of them, that Stalin, Hitler, and I think Churchill all belonged to. So I would imagine, because it was planned anyway, so I'd imagine that they knew what they were doing. It was all
I think it must have been Malta, because I couldn't find absolute evidence that Stalin was a Mason. I do speculate he was, but
supposedly he was a Jesuit priest. So, or he was at least trained as a Jesuit priest, is at that Tiflis.
Yeah, because he looks like he would I don't know, that big mustache. It just seems like it's. I don't really recall Russians looking like that. Yeah, wasn't he Italian? Stalin.
Who? No, he was
Maybe
Georgian.
oh, okay. Oh, I
And
see.
yeah, he was. His last name was Dugashvili, and I've had this discussion
Huh.
with people before because they'll say, "Oh, his last name means I am a Jew," and it's like, no, his last name means man of steel or son of steel.
Huh.
If his last name was I am a Jew, it would have been Ebralshvili or something, or like Ibralshvili.
Yeah.
So yeah, but he was Georgian,
Interesting.
Georgia Russian. Yeah,
Yeah, I
they
almost
hate
thought he
when
was
you say Georgia
Italian.
Russia, but what's up?
Yeah, he kind of people in Georgia must look similar to Italians, or maybe it's just the mustache. All I can think of is Mario and Luigi.
Yeah, no, they're swarthy. The Georgians are swarthy.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, wasn't that after King George or something?
say that again.
Or wait, no, I'm thinking of Georgia, the state.
Yeah, Georgia, the country, the Black Sea country.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not most familiar with it. Uh,
Yeah, they people say Georgia, Russia, but then they get annoyed and they're like, "We're not Russian, we're Georgian." It's like, yes, I
yeah.
know.
Okay, so where are we at? Yeah, that thing with the wait, where's yeah the I'm trying to think of what the motive would be for him to even change it. It's like why would Schindler even care if it said liquidated as opposed to being saying process your camps? I mean, like that's where it's weird because it's like um I think that they were killed some other method that was uh like I'm not sure what they were doing exactly with the people. That's where it gets creepy because of the whole like uh alien conspiracy plus well, I mean it's creepy even without the alien conspiracy. It's just fucked up.
Yeah.
Because it's like they were starving fucking they were starving people, as tests, and that's fucked up alone. They were starving people's kids and shit, and like, and then the well, I mean, there's so many different I don't know. There's
Mhm.
because like that whole thing about the lampshade thing. It wasn't like all of them on it, but there was that one doctor that was really sick. The
Mangala.
yeah, yeah, and
Well, yeah.
well, I mean,
But-
like I think he was sick though in many ways. Like, or there was a project I can't remember what it was called, but it was one of the Nazi projects, and it was they were like sewing people with animals or some shit, trying to sew
Yeah.
like animal parts on them and stuff. Like really fucked up shit.
Yeah. There was a lot of that. Well, a lot. Yeah, because um, damn, what was I just gonna you? What did we just you just said before?
Oh, about Borman working for Russia.
No, no, no. Like just a second ago, there was something, and I had it at the tip of my tongue, and then I thought of something else, and it slipped me.
Oh, the starvation test.
Oh,
Or-
yeah. Well, like the stuff that like Mengele was doing, like, and the stuff that like Magnus Hirschfeld, like all that kind of stuff. All that was based on like eugenics. That was all like eugenics based with
Yeah,
That's what inspired all that kind of work, by the way. But yeah, he did some pretty wild experiments. We actually owe a lot of what we know about like a lot of stuff about aviation to his experiments because they would take prisoners and like fly them really high up to altitude to see what would
yeah.
happen if you know
Spin them around in circles and stuff.
yeah.
Let's see. Relevant to the secret Nazi plan, Steve Vincent and the Bormann Brotherhood relayed the contents of the March 1945 report, Research and Analysis Branch of the OSS, based on deciphered radio communications. The report revealed that the Nazi regime in Germany developed well-arranged plans for the perpetuation of Nazi doctrines after the war. Some of these plans had already been put in operation, others ready to be launched on a widespread scale immediately upon termination of hostilities in Europe. That's pretty hardcore. OSS's analysis summary of the German post-war plans indicated that, quote, Nazi military members, German industrialists, and German military, realizing that victory can no longer be attained, are now developing post-war commercial projects, endeavors to renew and cement friendships in foreign commercial circles, planning for renewals of pre-war cartel agreements. German technicians, cultural experts, and undercover agents have well laid plans to infiltrate into foreign countries with the object of developing economic, cultural, and political ties. German technicians made available low cost to industrial firms and technical schools in foreign countries. German capital and plans for the construction of ultra modern technical schools, research laboratories, in extremely favorable terms, since they will afford the Germans an excellent opportunity to design perfect new weapons, quote unquote.
Mm.
I'm waiting for it to get to that thing about that SS now. The SS officers being put undercover. In a modified version of the report in State Department Foreign Office files, it indicates the propaganda program, quote, be expanded and intensified with the object of giving rebirth to Nazi doctrines and furthering German ambitions for world dominations. Unless these plans are checked, they will present a constant menace to post-war peace and security, end quote. Yeah, we still got a Skull and Bones guy as fucking some kind of military dude or whatever. John Kerry.
Mm.
He mentioned Skull and Bones in this article quite a few times, connecting them with the Nazis. Let's see, that came from Sumner Wells, Time for Decision, 1944. Revealing part of the secret Nazi plan implemented by agents of German general staff. It also seems clear that the source had to be Nazi in a high-level positions such as Bormann, Himmler, or Gehlen. Because Alan Dulles was a key member of OSS in World War II, he worked with SS member Paul Dickoff in Switzerland. I think the information regarding the secret Nazi plan probably came from SS head Himmler or via Alan Dulles. Evidence that Himmler was working with Dulles was perhaps kept in Himmler's castle in the secret vault mentioned earlier in this series. Okay, so, well, I guess I'll read the last part, about which even the castle's commandant was not aware. Remember that the secret American team seemed to have little trouble finding the vault near the war's end, because they probably had to get rid of the information. Stevenson indicated that Bormann's most willing helpers and most ingenious were clearly to be found in the SS. The SS ran nightclubs in foreign capitals. Their business enterprises were in parts of the world conveniently located for the more far-sighted Nazis, those who were later wanted for war crimes. Their leaders were planning escape long before the end. End quote. Yeah, so remember in Indiana Jones when he's in that club, in the he gets poisoned in Japan or whatever,
Mm.
and like
That's
Japan was one of the Axis powers. I forget the name on the plane, but that was one of the guys that was. I'm pretty sure he was also part of the Order of the Garter.
interesting. I wonder what kind of clubs they ran. Like,
Yeah, Studio 54.
yeah. I mean, it's interesting because they used to complain about like degenerate stuff, and it'd be an interesting way to show that they were behind it even in Germany, like jazz
Yeah,
music, you know.
yeah. I think the OTO was behind it before the Nazis got in charge,
Mm.
and the OTO was running Thule. Let's see. Before the power elite establishes its ultimate goal of a techno-feudal world socialist government, there will be a major international economic crisis that will cause the nations of the world to accept the world currency. The currency will be called Phoenix. blah blah, adopted in 2018. He says the Phoenix goes into currently the IMF's drawing. Special drawing rights are used as a type of international currency, but on September 11th, 2009, September 11th,
Mhm.
World Currency Unit (WOKU) was introduced as a derivative of exchange rates of world's top 20 currencies. Blah blah. Press release indicated that WOKU allows corporations, financial institutions, blah blah, trade across national boundaries and hold foreign assets with minimal risk of losses exchanged caused by exchange rate fluctuation. Yeah, so the Woku was part of the Bancor currency. The Woku will be transition currency until the plain global currency. Blah blah. See, I think the Bitcoin is the what he's. I think the Bitcoin is the Phoenix currency.
Mhm.
Because I mean that's the one that's gained the most ground.
I thought Bitcoin's like crashed. Didn't it?
Well,
Didn't it just lose all its value?
I don't know. I mean, considering where
Oh,
it started at, it's gained like thousands of percent in value.
mm,
Started off at like $1 or something.
yeah,
I was gonna
very true.
buy 40 bitcoins, and I was like, I'll just get a bag of weed. This ain't gonna turn into anything. I was like, man, I remember years later, like, oh, bitcoins were thousands of dollars. Now bitcoins a
Yep.
100,000. It's like, oh fuck, I could have had a
I
swimming pool.
regret it too. I regret it too because me and my friend were going to use the Silk Road, and the problem was we were both very computer illiterate. So when we saw all those steps it took just to get the Bitcoin into the Bit wallet, we were just like, "Ah, screw this," and we just didn't do it. And boy, do I regret that
Yeah,
because it was very cheap.
what's interesting, I think that Silk Road guy got pardoned.
Did he really? The
Yeah,
pirate,
pretty
I think his name was, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Trump pardoned him.
Oh wow,
That's pretty surprised.
yeah.
I'm gonna
I mean, he was
go.
the guy who popularized Bitcoin, so.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, yeah, that's where it first got its where it first started growing. It grew from that from the Silk
Hmm.
Road. That's where it's first where it was first used.
Wonder if he was an intelligence asset.
Probably. I mean, they broke the only reason supposedly the only reason they shut him down was because he was apparently trying to hire a hitman, quote unquote, and I think it was more to steal all his Bitcoin or confiscate as much of it as they could. But that's why they broke the encryption. They actually got a court order or something to break the encryption program so they could read his messages and arrest him.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy that people who would have already made it in the world would do something so stupid to like fuck up.
Well, that's exactly it. Yeah.
It's like, oh, I've got all this money, and I'm gonna do something really retarded.
Yeah. It really doesn't make. I mean, it does, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. Does, but it
Yeah,
doesn't because it's like, yeah, people are that stupid, but I don't know. I think people who do that more have more common sense. Or
yeah,
should have more common sense.
yeah. Because we'd have to like verify that he was actually locked up.
Yeah.
We'd have to like, because for all we know, that he may not have been actually locked up, but just it was all pretend.
Hmm.
Yeah, that the hit rumor or whatever could have been made to try to keep his credibility in the dark side of you know the
Yeah.
game. Yeah,
To make it seem like he's not
like
he's not a
a narc or
he's
a
not an
fed or
asset.
something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because he may have ties to some kind of people that they need or something.
Yeah. I mean, he was like I said, like Bitcoin would have never taken off without the Silk Road. So You know,
Yeah.
enough said.
Yeah, damn it, that meat is sticky. Here. Yeah, I got some freaking couple grams of keef hash to put in my cigarettes. Let's see. Borman. We're reading the Power Elite Nazi Plan by Dennis Cuddy for the audience. Let's see. Emphasize Borman, however, it's important to understand that he worked with the German General Staff, which developed the secret Nazi plan. For example, agents of the German General Staff were trained long before the end of World War II to move to 2 successive countries, appearing in the latter nations, quote, as men of large commercial, excuse me, or financial interests, end quote. According to Sumner Wells, in the Time for a Decision book, 1944, mentioned earlier in the series, perhaps some would go to Spain and then Argentina long before the war ended in 1945. Bormann already had hundreds of millions of dollars in Argentina alone, not to mention other nations around the world, to help execute the secret Nazi plan. This money could enable those Nazi agents of German General Staff to appear simply as men from Spain with large commercial or financial interests who would choose local nationals as frontmen to run their various enterprises within targeted countries. Yeah, so this is what I've been interested in for a while. The it's like when I was arguing with that leftist lawyer on End of Days radio or whatever. He's like, oh, they're all Nazis. Like, no, there's real Nazis, and that and it's not fucking the Republican Party. I mean,
Yeah.
unless you're counting Bush. Because they would always take their eye off the ball. Like, no, there's real Nazis. And they're fucking real people with real connections. We don't have to fantasize here.
Yeah, that's the thing. This day and age, people use that. They do blanket terms. Just if they don't like somebody, they're a Nazi. If they're a liberal, they're a communist. If they're if they're a weird occultist, they're a Freemason. It's just it's just the general ignorance.
Yeah, let's see here. It's weird how like when you put the weed in the fucking weed grinder, certain weeds will like clean it out. It's like, wow, that looks clean. Okay, so where are we at? Yeah, so it goes into the businesses in one of the articles. Born hundreds of millions, blah blah. Okay, I've already related the early parts of the series strategy of the secret Nazi plan to be executed by those German something. What the fuck did that stand for? German General Staff agents, as revealed in Wells' book. The ultimate goal was implementation of National Socialism, for which the word Nazi stands in the countries of the world, and I've given quotes by Hitler, Himmler, and Bormann relevant to that. This is in preparation for the power elite's ultimate goal of world socialist government. The individual nations of the world would maintain their diversity. They would also have unity in the world socialist government.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. You mentioned the
By
concept.
the way, Rudolf Hess was really big into occultism.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I was just looking quick because I wanted to see if there was any, what his connection was. And there was something, the flight to Scotland on the
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They say that wasn't even him. That was somebody pretending to be him. But then again, if it was him, he was found mysteriously dead.
He hung himself at the age of 93.
Yeah.
Which is bizarre. They called him the yogi from Egypt. Yeah, sorry, go on. Anyway, I wanted to look that up because I was kind of curious about when you mentioned it before.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Unity in diversity. He's Cuddy's calling it fucking 10 years in advance.
Mhm.
Because that's what the New World Order, their modern slogan is. I mean, they use it in a way which is not what it sounds like. I mean, that's hard to explain. Like, because I've talked about how it's like if you like America being a melting pot, using all the best foods and the best things from all these different cultures and putting them together to create the best
Mhm.
car or the best meal or whatever the fuck. But they're talking a whole different ballgame. They're talking about like fucking unity, the diversity of how many socialist countries they can make.
Mhm.
The Woku, September 11th, 2009. On the Woku is the motto Unity and Diversity.
Is it what?
The Woku motto is Unity and Diversity.
Oh, interesting.
The same name as of a council described by Carol Matriciana in Gods of the New Age, 1985, as a quote powerful New Age promotional network, which 1982 linked arms with the International Network of Mind, Body, and Spirit Festivals. This formed a vast army dedicated to the merger of all religions into one under a world leader. End
Mm.
quote.
Fun.
Bahaism.
Yeah, basically.
The
Eastern
director for
University.
yeah, man, my lighter's almost dead. Directing for New World is found a quote planetary guide of members and cooperating organizations from Unity and Diversity Council, a worldwide coordinating body of groups, individuals fostering the emergence of a new universal person, and a civilization based on unity and diversity among all peoples. End quote. Council is for quote world integration, a global civilization, a network of planetary citizens, a functional world government. End quote. I remember they got the flower of life as their world government flag.
The world. Oh, God, and they were talking about this. Wow.
Yeah, 2010.
Yeah.
Show how long the power elite had been developing this concept of unity in diversity. The City of Man Declaration of World Democracy in 1940 by power elite agents Herbert Agar and Lewis Mumford, Rhodes Scholars Frank Adelat, William Yandell Elliott, and others. One reads, quote, diversity and unity and diversity will be the symbols of federal peace and universal democracy. Society may be likened to a triangular pyramid with its three
Mm.
faces representing the constitutional order, the economic order, the international order. None of them stands alone. Each of them leans on the other. All three together converge toward a common apex. A positive plan for world legislation cannot be assigned any longer to pure theoretical thinking, even if as august as Mazzini's, and there must be a common creed or ethical religious purpose. Democracy is the plenitude of heart, service to the highest religion, embodying the essence of all higher religion. Democracy is nothing more and nothing less than humanism in theocracy, and rational theocracy and universal humanism. Universal peace can be found only in the unity of man under one law and one government. All states, deflated and disciplined, must align themselves under the law of the world state, the new order. When the heresy of nationalism is conquered and the absurd architecture of the present world is finally dismantled. End quote. So that's why the New World Order hates Christians and Jews so much, because uh, they won't conform to the New World Order.
Yeah.
The but Islam is already conforming. That I mean, Fucking the Baha'ism.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why they're that's why they put so much propaganda out to protect Islam.
For every 2 pieces of propaganda they put out to protect it does something. It backfires.
Yeah.
Um, future of federalism. That's interesting.
Let's see here. The City of Man. Rockefeller referred to the City of Man term referred to above absurd architecture in his own promotion of world federalism 1962 book, Future of Federalism. In the book, he also stated, quote, the nation state is becoming less and less competent to perform its international political tasks. There are some of the reasons pressing us to lead vigorously towards the true building of a new world order. Sooner, perhaps, than we may realize, there will evolve the basis of for a federal structure of the free world. End quote. Yeah, that's all. Let's see here. Yeah, the synchronistic world religion. Relevant to this, world historian Arnold Toynbee. Uh, keep in mind the Toynbee tiles. I don't know if you've
Yep.
ever heard of those.
Yeah.
Wrote,
I used to take
quote,
pictures of them in New York.
oh, you've seen them? Wow.
Yeah, we had it. They dug a bunch of them up, but there used to be a bunch. There used to be one in the village that I knew of. I used to find anytime there was a bunch around the city, but I think they've already destroyed most of them.
Man, that's pretty
Yeah.
cool. I've never seen one in real life.
Resurrect the Dead on Jupiter. Was it say Kubrick's idea?
Yeah, Kubrick
Resurrect the Dead,
2001, Resurrect
2001.
the Dead.
Yep. One of them said resurrect the dead on Jupiter.
Yeah, I think it was some kind of coded language to warn the world.
Mm.
I'm not sure what it means or anything, but let's see. Synchronistic. Okay, Arnold Toynbee wrote, quote, either the various churches and religions will snarl each other out of existence until no more is left of any of them, or else a unified human race will find salvation in religious unity. So Toynbee was a New World Order advocate. It should be remembered at this point that Toynbee, with whom I corresponded in 1964, was a member of Cecil Rhodes' Secret Society of the Elect, who in Copenhagen in June 1931 said, quote, we are at present working discreetly with our might to wrest this mysterious force called sovereignty out of the clutches of the local nation states of the world. The time we are denying without lips what we are doing with our hands, end quote. Relevant to this, Colonel Fletcher Prouty, former Chief of Special Operations, U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, in his book JFK, the CIA, Vietnam, and the Plot to blank JFK 1992, remarked that, quote, in today's matrix of nations, the power elite controllers are attempting to structure something to take the place of nationalism and sovereignty in a new world order, end quote.
Interesting. They mention architecture.
Yeah. It's we got some donut in the building. What's up, donut?
Oh, what's up? Oh, I can't see the chat. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, send a link out.
I gotta remember to sign in. I gotta actually try to sign in, and I think I'd be able to. I think it did it last time. Maybe. Oh wait, no, it is. Yeah, okay, it is here. Yeah, I do have it. Okay. Oh no, I gotta connect to YouTube. It's gonna knock me out.
Oh,
All right, I'll remember to do it next time.
yeah.
What's up,
Turning
Donut?
to the Power Elite's plan, synchronistic world religion, Power Elite agents John J. McCloy, former CFR chairman, Nazi SS officer Prince Bernard, Bilderberg founder, and Dulles brothers Alan and John were all members of the Synchronistic World Brotherhood, founded in 1950 at a conference, UNESCO House in Paris. It's always going down in Paris. I mean,
Oh,
Yeah, like Paris is
not
there's some
cool.
kind of wasn't there some kind of a global green initiative thing in Paris like 5 years ago or something?
The Paris protocol, Paris Agreement. Yes, yeah, you're right. There is something like that.
Yeah.
Paris Agreement or the Paris Protocols. No, yeah, there's a Paris Agreement. Yeah, either way. Oh, there's Jupiter.
Oh, yeah. So, however, let's skip that 9/11 thing. However, G.K. Chesterton in the Everlasting Man book, 1925, warned Christians about the danger of the approach when he wrote, quote, "They call a parliament of religions, 1893, as a reunion of all peoples, but it is only a reunion of all the prigs." I'm not sure what that means. Yet exactly such a pantheon has been set up 2,000 years before by the shores of the Mediterranean, and Christians were invited to set up the image of Jesus side by side with the image of Jupiter, Mithras, Osiris, and Attis, or of Ammon. It was the refusal of the Christians that was the turning point of history. If the Christians had accepted, they and the whole world would have certainly, in the grotesque but exact metaphor, gone to pot. They would have all been boiled down to one lukewarm liquid in a great pot of cosmopolitan corruption in which all of the other myths and mysteries were already melting. It was an awful and appalling escape. Nobody understands the nature of the church, the ringing note of the creed descending from antiquity, who does not realize that the whole world once very nearly died of broad mindedness and the brotherhood of all religions. End quote. Yeah, so that's what that whole Paul thing was about. What we were talking about last night. It's like they were trying to make Christianity into what Paul was preaching, which is already a pre-existing religion.
Yeah. There was something you just reminded me. I meant to send it to you. It was a Bot Ehrman interview where he talks about like Gnosticism and he talks a lot about it. That's where I just remembered now because they mention a lot of stuff about Paul, and I meant to forward that to you.
Yeah.
I'll do it later.
Let's see here. Blah blah blah. Obama's a Muslim. Where do you do that? He carries in his pocket, including a charm of a Hindu monkey god idol, Lord Hanuman.
Interesting. They keep built. That's like the big in Canada and in Texas. They built like a Lord Hanuman. He's like that monkey god with the hand. He has his hand up. I think. Yeah, that one. They have like
Goku.
they have one in Brampton in I think in Ontario, and they have one now in like Texas.
Yeah.
I wonder what that's interesting. They don't do it like Krishna, even though I think most Hindus are Krishna
Yeah. It's just
centered.
the Chinese monkey sun god, but the Hindu version or whatever. Yeah, all this sun god bullshit. It's like the sun is not God. Excuse me. Blah blah. Obama, World Socialist Government. Let's go to part 21. Yeah, it's like that fucking Dragon Ball Z show is all fucking propaganda. I mean, they're pushing the new age religion in the TV show.
Yeah. Paris Accords. Yeah, somebody wrote in the thing. Yeah, it's the Paris Accords. That's right.
Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, if the secret Nazi plan is coming into fulfillment today, the logical question is to ask what connection is there between the Nazis and Islamic terrorists? First, it should be remembered that the secret Nazi plan included between 200,000 and 300,000 men within German plants, factories, city administrations, etc., going underground just within Germany. Secondly, it should be remembered that all the radical Islamic groups today have their roots in the Muslim Brotherhood, which was begun in Egypt and allied with the Nazis. Next, it is important to remember the connections of the CIA, British intelligence, with Nazis and radical Islamists. For example, the CIA and Nazi General Reinhard Gehlen's organization overthrew the elected Iranian government in 1953. The approval of Ayatollah Khashoggi, and in the 1950s, the CIA supported an Iraqi six-man blank team, including a young Saddam Hussein. Later, the CIA would helped train Osama bin Laden's Mujahideen. That's interesting. There was, yeah, and it's they say that numbers in Iran is up to 30,000 people killed by the radical Islams. Yeah, World War III is definitely started.
Apparently, the USS Abraham Lincoln went dark, shut off all its transponders and everything like that. So people are now saying they're gonna attack Iran.
Yeah. In terms of the German, sorry.
No, I was just go on.
In terms of Germany, the secret Nazi plan, General Galen's organization, mid-1950s, literally became the intelligence arm of the West German government. Working with the CIA or British intelligence, some of the Galen organization infiltrated Egypt and other nations. One of those who went to Egypt was Franz Bunch, and according to Miles Copeland, CIA operative in Egypt, The Game of Nations book, 1969, quote, Bunch did develop one project that quickly gained Egyptian interest. They planned to collect Nazi diehards from their various hiding places all over the world, Argentina, Brazil, Ireland, Spain, etc., and give them Islamic names, join them to underground assets developed by Egypt during the Second World War, build a subversive intelligence org combining the best German and Egyptian talent. Yeah, go look at the walls in Egypt that are on the border. There's some shit going on in Egypt. Yeah. Then it's interesting because there was a band, the Grateful Dead played in Egypt. Because I think that they were part of the CIA. And that they played in Egypt in I don't remember what year. I only know because my old lady listens to that shit. Excuse me. Let's see where we're at. Relevant to the 9/11 terrorists, the Muslim Brotherhood, Egypt, German intelligence, the CIA, the 9/11 ringleader, and Egyptian Mohammed Atta. Graduated from college, he joined the Engineers Syndicate, which was one of the 3 professional associations controlled by the Muslim Brotherhood. 2001, the German intelligence magazine Focus revealed that Atta had been under CIA surveillance in Frankfurt, Germany from January to May 2000, after which he came to the U.S. June 2000. Also, someone from German intelligence told Focus, quote, we can no longer exclude the possibility that the Americans wanted to keep an eye on Atta after his entry into the USA, end quote. Yeah, the modern internet's got everybody brainwashed that fucking Muslims weren't behind 9/11.
I think the government did 9/11. I just think all these guys were just intelligence operatives who were I don't know if they were just what they're
to explain about, because I've been on that subject for so long, like but so basically it's like I think that the whole passport thing, I think that those passports were put there, but it wasn't because the people weren't the right people and they were just faking it, but because they already knew who it was, but they couldn't say how they knew who it was. Otherwise, they would leak secret knowledge about information gathering techniques, and so they couldn't oust their own source. And so I think that they planted those passports knowing exactly who did it under some secret some sort of secret surveillance program. Because I mean, people would be pretty upset if they knew how much. I mean, I don't know. Like when I was a kid in the '90s, I would like take everything apart. I'd get a TV, and then I'd just take it apart. Just take it. I used to just take everything apart. It didn't matter if I could put it back together or not. But like sometimes I would, but like I hooked up a Nintendo to like a little TV when I was young. I was like, yeah, I got a portable Nintendo now. But I noticed over the years, after taking stuff apart, because they'll take apart mouses and keyboards and computers, and anything that's electronic. If it breaks, they'll take it apart and fucking even fucking everything contains FCC logos, even the LED
Yeah.
lights. And there's no reason why the FCC should have any jurisdiction over a fucking light bulb. Why? There's no reason there should be a patent on that unless there's information being conveyed through it
Yeah.
somehow. That's why I think the whole. I mean, that's what's weird. It's like that's why I think they hijacked the fucking television waves. They made everybody go digital because it was they needed to use those waves for something. They
Yeah. Well, they just said now that they can do that with internet with the your modem box. That the waves can actually, they can bounce off and give people shade, give like a picture, like basically photograph a room through the waves that it puts out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they could point a satellite laser at your window and they can hear every word that you're saying.
Mm.
That's old technology. That's like 90s technology. That's who knows what they got today. I mean, well, I guarantee you anybody that's got a phone, everything around them is recorded 100%
Yeah.
of the time. Both cameras are on, the audio's on, everything's on. Fucking
I just wanted to say, because I was just reading the messages to Tara Michelle. LED lights also, like, you can't catch it with your eye, but if you like photograph, if you like record um an LED light, it's blinking very rapidly. And they say it's like basically being hit all day with a strobe light. So it's why people get migraines, they say headaches. It can cause like even like mental issues and stuff like that. It's another reason why they're trying to get people off the incandescent bulbs and onto these LED bulbs, because they can actually, I wonder if there's actually a way that they can figure out a way to like change the strobe and like, make you crazy, or like kind of screw with your head more. But for now, they know it does cause like headaches and stuff.
oh yeah. Sorry, I was just grabbing a pop real quick.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I seen that too about that. The slow motion camera on the LED light.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, but I think that like if they can mess with that, then I wonder if there's a way that they could use it to like, how do we like, frequencies can have like you have frequency therapy, like different frequencies can affect your brain, and like, even like Dr. Robert Monroe says that it can help lead you to a astral project a lot easier by listening to certain frequencies. So imagine if there's like certain levels of strobe that they can experiment with and use to like
Oh yeah.
make you schizophrenic or make you have a psychotic episode or something along like that.
It could help induce brainwashing.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa,
Yep.
excuse me. Yeah, maybe I should just wear these fucking sunglasses all the time.
Mhm.
I feel like I can think clear with sunglasses on. Yeah, freaking. I always wear sunglasses in public. Fucking, I don't want nobody coughing in my eye or some shit. It's like I see someone with a mask. I don't care if they're whatever. I'm staying away from any fucking. Ain't trying to catch no flu or something.
Mm. Well, don't
But I
breathe the
swear
air
it.
outside. Yeah.
I swear it's all comes in waves though. Anyways, like everybody all around the world's all sick at the same time. It's probably some kind of cosmic wave shit that's mutating the viruses or mutating the whatever it's in your body already.
Yeah. At least, yeah. I don't know. That's the thing, because I don't get sick a lot, thank God. And I always wondered, like, because I used to see a lot of people used to get sick like at least a couple of times a year, or and they get like
Yeah,
really sick with like fevers and stuff and the flu. Like I've never had the flu, you know.
could be from regular tobacco use.
That's true. That is true, yeah.
Yeah, tobacco is. I mean, it's a medicine, even though it's bad for you.
Well,
You just don't want to
the
use it too much.
organic tobacco is good for you, because the non-organic tobacco is treated with like a radiation
Huh.
treatment. So
Oh, to get rid of the
yeah,
mold.
yeah. So that's why you need like the organic tobacco because it's not treated.
Yeah, I think some of those molds might be beneficial.
Mm.
Like, I don't know. Like when I was young, I remember in the '90s, we get the homegrown weed, from people would grow it in their yards and shit. And
Yeah.
fucking, it didn't matter if it was moldy or not. We were smoking it. You know what I mean? I don't recall getting sick.
Yeah, it's
And
true.
I used to stay out like every night till like at least midnight skateboarding.
Mhm.
Fucking, yeah, like even when it got cold, I was out there skateboarding.
I told you when my sister was going to preschool, they right across the street from her was a Russian preschool. And they told my mom from the American, they're like, yeah, the kids play outside every day. And my mom is like, so do you ever like the kids? What about if it's too cold? And they said if the Russian preschool lets their kids outside to play, and then we know it's fine. If they don't let their kids out to play, then we're like, all right, it's way too cold, or like there's something else going on. But even in like the freezing cold, they would let the kids out.
Oh yeah,
Good for you.
yeah. I used to build snow forts and just sit there in the snow fort in the cold for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I built my own room.
And never got sick. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, I think the problem is that people who stay inside all winter, that's when you start getting sick because you're like breathing in the same dirty, uh, you know, that same dirty air as opposed to if you go outside. That's why they say you get sick in the winter because you're indoors
Oh yeah.
more.
Good thing there's no air in here. It's all just smoke. No,
You're hot boxing it.
I got the fan on. Sucking the
They're
air out.
patent for LED bulbs to act as a modem for data transfer. Yeah, I could definitely see
Hmm.
that.
Yeah, that's what I assume they're doing.
Yeah.
Whoa, excuse me.
Hazmat
Let's
suits.
see.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
we used to throw out the fluorescent bulbs into when we used to in the garbage. When we used to throw them in the back of the truck, I used to like put a bunch of bag. I used to put them over a bunch of bags, and then I put a whole bunch of bags over the bulbs, and then I'd close it over it because that dust will just is just. I did not want to be breathing in that dust.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I used to breathe in all sorts of horrible shit. And what's that stuff called? Asbestos.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, I've ripped that shit off so much, so many buildings and stuff. There's no way that I'm not like half asbestos.
You're fireproof.
Yeah, so everybody's concerned about me smoking. It's like, well, I've already ripped off a bunch of asbestos because my dad's an asshole. Go rip
You
that
need
shit off. You don't need no mask. The one time I should have worn a mask.
yeah, you should have worn a whole ventilator. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll give you the nickname Khaleesi.
Uh, yeah, there's a lot of. I can spot a house that has uh, asbestos siding from like a mile away.
You can
Like,
smell
oh,
it.
asbestos. You can just
Mhm.
see it. It's whoa. The way it's made, the like texture on the tiles or the any house you see with like old siding that looks like tiles of some sort,
Mhm.
that's typically asbestos. I mean, the houses are, they're really, I mean, if it's on there already, you might as well just leave it on there,
You
because
ain't
I mean,
going
it's
nowhere.
it's fireproof. It's
Yeah. Well,
not
that's
like
why
you're
they
gonna.
say lead was taken out of paint was because then you couldn't get radiate like signals through the walls because
Yeah.
the lead would block any kind of radio waves and
Well.
like you wouldn't be able to have internet if you didn't have if you we still had lead.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, the paint chips thing though. One of my friends, he ate paint chips when he was a kid, and he's fucked up. I
Say it
mean,
again.
my friend admits to eating paint chips as a kid, and
Oh
he's
God.
all fucked up. He's fucked up. I'm like, what? You ate paint chips? What are you fucking retarded? Like, why would you
Uh,
eat paint chips? Like,
when
I don't know.
I was in when I
I've
was
been
in
trying to help
Israel,
him get on his feet for a long time.
yeah, I hope so. When I was in Israel, like the kids couldn't smoke weed because if they did it before the army and they got arrested or something, it would affect them. So they used like these kids. They used to puff air conditioner gas.
Ooh.
And we used to be like,
You-
guys, like what? And I'm like, no wonder you guys are all retarded. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah. I had some people over once in like 2002. I had a place, and maybe it was 2003. They had a gas can. I'm like, what are you guys doing with a gas can? You know, we're smoking weed, and they
Yeah.
didn't really say much. And then when I started to try to huff it and stuff, that's when there was a fight about to break down. I'm like, you ain't doing that shit in my house. Like, get the fuck out of here. That fucking the dude tried to punch me in the face, and I put him in a chokehold.
Oh
Then I
God.
held on to him, and like fucking, I was like, "Oh, you want a hug?" You know? It was pretty funny.
Oh, man. Thank God I just had weed growing up.
Yeah, I only smoked weed. I mean, I took a lot of acid in 1998, but
Yeah.
not really. Then I tripped a bunch in like 2008, but then I haven't really tripped since then, really.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I don't know. It was different. It was different back then, or in the 90s. It's weird to think like one time I was tripping so hard I could see everything in the room, but the screen that you couldn't see what was on the screen. Like somehow I had lost my able to see uh whatever light spectrum we're on or whatever. I could only see like the ghost
Well.
world shit. Yeah, like the screen was just a flat surface. I knew it was on. I'm like, because I had X Files on. I'm like, where the fuck's the picture on the screen? I can't see the screen. It was crazy.
Whoa.
Yeah, like fucking, everything was like colors and shit.
Yeah. Damn, I want to trip. It's been a while.
Yeah, I think I'm too old to trip. I don't want to fuck anything up or something.
I don't think you're ever too old to trip.
Well, I mean, like my heart or something. Yeah, like I need to start practicing Tai Chi or something. And
Yeah.
I used to be in really good shape. Like fucking, I used to be
Yeah.
able to like kick almost. I could almost kick the ceiling. So I used to practice karate and stuff. And like fucking, I could like we used to like anybody that come over, we would all spar. Everybody would spar, would smoke weed and try to beat each other up.
Yeah.
that's that's what we did for like uh, a long time. Everybody that I don't know. There was spurts of it like 2005 to 2000, from like 2008 or so to 2009 or 15. I don't remember. I can't think of time. Yeah. It was like a 3-year period where that was like an everyday thing. Like, all right, everybody that comes over, we have to fight. You know, I don't care who it is, unless you're like,
You like Fight Club?
gotta.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like. I mean, we used to do that in the '90s too, but like then everybody just kind of went their separate ways or whatever.
Mm.
Yeah, like freaking. It's I don't know. There's people are like, if they really experience life like in a hardcore way, they would be like, oh my god, there's stuff out there. It's like become so dangerous to just experience life and any sort of, you know, like, I mean, like, it's hard to explain. It's like, I don't know, like when I used to skateboard in the cities and stuff, 'cause I was from the country, I'd always go to the cities and skateboard.
Mhm.
But I never, nobody ever thought about like politics or anything. We were all just, you know, imagine like being in the 90s and like you're skateboarding. In no realm in the 90s would anybody be like, oh, Black Lives Matter, or some shit like that. like
Yeah.
like fucking yeah, like I was telling you that story about my friend who he's part Hebrew, he's part Gypsy, he's part Italian. That some black dude walked up to him in the city where he lived, in the city where he lives, and said, "You have to apologize for being white." Like what?
Good.
I mean, say he was like 100% pure Irish or something. It doesn't even matter what he was. It's like just the idea that somebody would do that. It's like, what is their motive for saying that? Like, what? Like, I mean, what's I don't know. Like when I lived in the hood and stuff, it was like there was there was nothing like that. There
Mhm.
was there was racism, but it wasn't like racism.
It was
White.
Cotton style racism.
Well,
Uh,
it was my black friends telling my
uh,
other friends who were also black what kind of N word they were. And I'm like,
That's true. That's true. Like the Chris Rock thing. Yeah.
yeah, like because it always turned into like a light skinted versus dark skinted thing or whatever. That's how they would say it. And it'd be like, oh, my one friend, my light skinted friend, that's what it's light skin, but he would say
Yeah.
skinted. but, but like he would say, this N word here looks darker than a struck match. Everybody would laugh. I don't know. It was weird. It's like, man, there's sure a lot of racism going on here, but it's not the type of racism I expected.
Yeah, it's not what you expect. Yeah. It's hilarious. Yeah, I heard that was a big thing with like, it's like some of that like the light skin to Sudanese uh what's it called? Like conflict. Like they like, oh, you're light skinned, you think you're better than everybody because you're light skinned. I heard that's like a mindset.
Yeah, that is in some countries. I mean,
Yeah.
my friend.
Like in Asia too, and in South Asia, Southeast, it's also a big thing. They value light skin more than darker.
Excuse me. In India, it's definitely huge.
Yeah, yeah, India.
Yeah, my Sikh friend's dad, he was born in India. You could tell he was like born in the marketplace. He's I'm like buying a bunch of candy or something from him. He's like, "Oh, you don't need to buy that much." I'm like, I'm not going to Walmart anytime soon. Like, he'll like give you a discount or something, or like, oh, don't worry about it. It's $1. It's not a big deal. It's
Yeah.
like, well, you're trying to make money here. I'm not trying. It's a lot different than the bodegas that used to be in the cities, where it's like the Arab dudes with the big turbans would be just staring you down. And it's like, whoa, chill out.
Here it's all Yemenis, and the Yemenis, you don't mess with the Yemenis.
Well, it's funny because
Oh,
they owed my black friend money. I wasn't in the game or anything, but he was, and like, uh, they owed him money or something. They're paying him off in dime bags of some kind of commercial weed, and they're all mad because I'm there because I'm white. Like, ooh, like no white people allowed. Like, ooh. That's what it was like half the time in the hood. I don't know. It's like whatever. I was only 17 or 18 or something, and they're like, everybody thought I was a cop or something. It's like, what? Like, I'm just a skateboarder, dude. Like, chill out. I'm just here to smoke weed.
Yep. Yeah, I had that problem too, because especially dealing with the Russians. Because the Russians, they hear a New York accent. They're like, "Is your friend a cop?" It's like, yeah,
Russians.
they only- yeah.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. The Russians are all the Russians think that America made the corona to kill Russians.
Well, they didn't get vaccinated. Like the Russians and Ukrainians have some of the lowest. Well, I know the Ukrainians have one of the lowest vaccination rates in the world. It was only like less like around like 35%, I think, of their population got vaccinated. And
Oh yeah,
I think the Russians had their own version of it, so they could have just given everybody saline. Yeah.
oh yeah. Well, I think the whole Cuddy bringing it to the vaccine thing with the Nazis. Excuse me.
Mhm.
I think that's definitely relevant. I mean, I don't remember which article it was. Maybe it wasn't Cuddy. Maybe it was my research. I'm pretty stoned. the yeah, how was I gonna something about how well, there's a lot of Nazis in Ukraine. I think there
Yes.
was. Did you see the pictures where they were putting the swastikas on their drones? Some of them,
Oh
some kind of
God.
like they were attaching some like small metal round thing to it or something. They had like a makeshift swastika on it. It looked like somebody had I don't know if it was like how many of them exactly, but it was. I mean,
Yeah.
the, it,
Well,
that's
even if
what's
you
tough
speak,
about the news, where it's like that they don't go into specifics. You don't know if it's only one of them or like 100 of them. You know what I mean?
well, no, I mean the whole symbol. If you ever see the symbol of the Azov Battalion, it's Nazi occultism. It's based the whole Azov Battalion is like really big into like Aryan and Nazi occultism. So they have their symbol is like a sunburst,
Yeah,
and they use a lot of like runic imagery and stuff.
yeah. Anyone that uses that phrase hyperborean or
Hmm.
this other phrase, there's a couple other phrases that they are closet Nazis.
Hmm.
I mean, that's what's weird. It's like people were born in America and that they think that some other country is going to solve America's problems or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, pretend that we were in some kind of magical fantasy land where Nazis were quote unquote innocent, and that
Mm.
people in America think that some sort of foreigners in some other countries and give a fuck about America. And it's like, it just annoys me how people have like these heroes and stuff who are Nazis or commies or
Yeah,
some kind of fucking, but they don't have American heroes.
yeah, it's true. It's like they're not like Andrew Jackson. I think would be a better hero than than like Hitler and Stalin and Marx. I mean, like I
Yeah,
think especially if you want to talk about economics, and I think he's like probably a hero in that sense.
yeah,
And he should be. Every American should know who's on the $20 bill, and the irony of putting him on the $20 bill. You
yeah,
know, but yeah,
yeah,
they worship mass murderers. But that's
yeah. I'd say like one of
Mhm.
the last big military heroes is probably like General MacArthur.
And even they get MacArthur wrong. You know.
Yeah, well, MacArthur was. I thought it was interesting because it was like this one. I don't remember what I was reading, but it was saying that I think it was one of Cuddy's articles. It was saying that MacArthur had found no. I think I'm piecing this together with Cuddy's and Cooper's research, but MacArthur had found the UN giving MacArthur's plans of attack on Korea in the Korean military headquarters, and then he was like, "Fuck this! I'm gonna go straight to Russia and fucking start bulldozing and fucking and then his commanding officers or whatever, like, to stop at the Russian border, do not go into Russia and fucking because he was about to continue World War II and just straight up take down the Kremlin,
Yeah, well,
which
that's what
would
he
have been
wants. Yeah.
that would have been brilliant.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what MacArthur wanted. He wanted to, while the American army was still in fighting mode, he's like, "This is our best time to take down the Soviet Union."
Yeah,
But yeah, I think he was killed also. I think he was, you know, I think he was unalive, so to speak. And I think,
Batista. A lot of them die at Bethesda, Maryland hospital,
wow,
Army hospital.
yeah, yeah. Well, Smedley Butler was, and Smedley Butler he wrote All War as a Racket, and he exposed how they were using the Marine Corps to, they were to, for the banana trade. He was part of the banana wars, and he died mysteriously at 51. And I think MacArthur died too early because because they wanted to
Yeah,
because he was talking too much logical. But they didn't realize that the whole point of the Cold War was meant to happen. It was
yeah,
coordinated.
yeah. It was all to make the money flow to start up with the takeover of the Middle East.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say the Carl Miller. He claims that MacArthur had taught. I think it was either 70 or 200 of his best soldiers. I think it was 200, but it might have just been 70 or something. Whoa, excuse me. Maybe it was 300. I don't remember the number, but it was that he had taught them to constitutional law and to disseminate it when they got back to the states.
Yeah.
Excuse me. To like because it's like they understood the international uh treaties and all this stuff that were going down, and that basically to like MacArthur and stuff, that when the UN stuff was adopted, it was all
Mm,
treason. Like that's why they kicked out Lieutenant Colonel Archibald Roberts, because Lieutenant Colonel Archibald Roberts was seeing that the United Nations Charter and stuff was treason, and he was like, "This is fucking treason." And
yeah.
fucking the military was like, "You can't say that,"
Yeah. I mean, you're giving control to a foreign government, so yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because fucking Archibald Roberts was not. He wasn't just like vilifying it. Generally speaking, he was quoting the laws verbatim in fucking
Yeah.
Article 43 and all that shit. Fucking and it's like the it's kind of like that Howard Freeman dude who argues about the traffic tickets. It's like he knew about that stuff with the IMF, and it's like the IMF and the BIS and all this stuff, the Bank of International Settlements. It's like those are the big money players, and that like
Mm,
um, it's like that. I think I was telling you about that the other night. That governor of Puerto Rico, uh, that
yeah.
he wrote some kind of new constitution book or some shit in like 40s or 50s, and he said he said that they would pretend like the United States Constitution was still in effect, and they would slowly remove it and then replace it with their own internationalist law and
Mm,
fucking and he was the same guy that fucking instituted the 60-second trust Puerto Rico, which then incorporated all the acronym agencies besides the bureau, uh, the IRS and all that.
mm,
And it's like, and then the Secretary of the Treasury became the governor of the International Monetary Fund. It's like the IRS is two steps below the International Monetary Fund, but they report directly to the Secretary General of the United Nations, and that
Oh,
yeah, so that's where it's like there's you know that's where it's like they're definitely taking they're just sucking us dry, the
yeah.
fucking internationalists with their, because those federal taxes are going to internationalist stuff, not America, and like the and it's like there's so much unconstitutional stuff that they've
Yeah.
made it so we're under the law because we're entered into the contracts and we can't exit out of the contracts and
Mhm. Well, they control our banking, they control all the money supply, and we have all these IMF loans. So the only thing that keeps them from calling in the debt and the bonds are we doing is our country doing what they're told? It's like
yeah,
that's why it's a whole it's all because I was talking to a British guy I know earlier, and I was telling him about, like, how here we have like the nonprofit industrial complex, and it's a big problem here. And I had spoken to a guy on Twitter who's from Canada, and he said, "Yep, we have the same problem in Canada, and they have the same problem in England, and
yeah,
I'm sure they have the same problem in a bunch of countries where like NGOs are basically, they're getting all this money and it supplies the migrants, and there's always money for the illegals and for the EBT and the SNAP benefits. But so it's like something is forcing all these countries to do this. You know,
yeah,
there's
yeah.
one institution. Yeah,
They've all got, any country that's not like Canada, they've all got the same health insurance bullshit, the same car insurance bullshit, the same registration. Everything's all the same. House
yep,
insurance, it's all the same scheme. It's all been everything's universal now. Well, like when I was a kid, I remember in the '80s, it was like I had to go to the emergency room once because I think I don't remember what I did. I think I was like fell and split my head open or something. Fucking
yeah,
or it might have been the flu or something. I don't remember what it was, but I went to the emergency room and my mom didn't have insurance and they only charged her $50. And they said,
oh,
"Oh, it would have been this much if you had insurance," and it was like $200 or $500 or something.
yeah,
And
yeah,
it's like it's like the companies were that they had the thing set up to where they were always gradually increasing the prices through the insurance paying more for the product, and then
yeah,
the doctors and stuff would had a financial interest in promoting anything that the insurance was covering. So then uh I mean that's where it all started, like and
yeah,
like it's like they're all running these things and then they're like, "Oh, the health industry is fucking garbage." And it's like, well, who's running it, who owns it, and like who owns the insurance companies, what are they, how tight are they in cahoots, you know
yeah.
the
Yeah, it's the same. Even the Miranda warnings, like the Miranda warnings,
talking about the Miranda rights.
the Miranda rights. Yeah,
Yeah,
that too.
didn't they dissolve that or something recently,
I don't know. I don't think they dissolved it, but
or
in every
revoked
country,
it, or
like in a lot of countries, they established it, and it's very interesting that at the same that like at some point, like all these countries, develop this same police procedure. You have the right to remain
yeah.
silent, and.
Yeah, that's what I was discussing earlier with the when 92 or so, when the Hong Kong Royal British Gurkhas
Mhm.
rewrote police procedure, ignoring the Constitution.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's what it's about. It's about subverting the Constitution.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
that's our independence. That's our fundamental rights. That's why it's funny. I always say Zoran Mamdani is a double colonizer because his family was sent by the British to colonize Uganda, and they came to dominate all the industry and all the commerce, and they were the upper crust of the society. And now he comes to America and he thinks that we need to get rid of our Second Amendment rights, which who the hell are you? You know, you come to this country, you're barely a citizen 10 years, and all of a sudden you're telling us that we got to get rid of our fundamental Second Amendment, God given.
Oh yeah.
God didn't give us the Second Amendment. Yes, he did, because we have the right to defend ourselves.
Well, that's where Cooper
Or the
brings
right.
in
Yeah.
the that 60-second trust in the IMF. Cooper says that when he did the Freedom of Information Act, that it said that the ATF was under the IMF.
Mm.
They're under UN disarmament codes and stuff. They've
Oh,
got
wow.
diplomatic immunity, and that you know, if someone were to buy something, you know, they would have to file paperwork which would put them under jurisdiction, and
Yeah.
the Second Amendment isn't even a right; it's privilege.
Yeah, it became a privilege. Yeah. It's supposed to be a right, not a privilege.
Yeah, it's just crazy because I mean the First Amendment, right? They trampled over it with the well, I mean they're trampling over it with the algorithms.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
it's
if you privatize everything, then companies like private companies that are not, government entities don't have an obligation to protect your constitutional right. They have the right, they have at will, client. Like you are, you can be a client under their, under their rules because, they don't necessarily have to protect your first, that they can, it's a private space,
yeah,
like if you come into my house and you want to cook meat and I say, no, I'm a vegetarian, you can't cook meat, that's my right because it's my property because it's
yeah,
private, you know. But in
yeah,
public, if I turned around and said, "Oh, I don't want you eating meat in public in front of me," well, it's like you don't. It's like it's public, you're in the middle of, So
yeah. You can't discriminate, and if you got a public
yeah,
business,
yeah, and that's why they want to privatize everything because when you privatize everything, that's how you prevent it. That's how you can circumvent the amendments. It's like, oh, a
yeah,
private business says that you can't carry a pistol into this store. You know,
yeah. Let's say something about the. It's like the new weapon of the new world order is
yeah,
hackers, and the
yeah,
hackers are there's all the hackers are in the intelligence stuff. The hackers have always been very close to all sorts of like I kind of found this weird background with that Rikana Shudo guy, and that
yeah.
the Rikana Shudo guy, he oh, excuse me, I don't think I brought him up on that. He was he was in prison for some kind of software, and that the Promise software, and that the they say it was all about this backdoor software, but I think that there was more to the software. I think it was uh, collecting data about
Yeah.
possible uh, either straight up mind control programs or uh, people that were undercover who had surveillance equipment literally put into their body.
Damn.
Yeah. What the fuck is his name? Kind of pseudo. Did I even bookmark it? There it is. Okay, yeah. So this dude, kind of pseudo, because he was connected with that Jolene West guy, because that guy was his doctor, and that but we're kind of shoot. There was a huge
Oh,
thing
wait, he's
about it.
Jesuit. Go up a second. Go up. go up. Hold on, let me see. Bellarmine Preparatory School. I'm guarantee you that's Jesuit. Cardinal Bellarmine. So of course, it's a horse.
Oh yeah, that's weird. A demonstration of a laser. Huh. I don't think I caught
Interesting.
that when I read it first time. Yeah, so
Yeah.
well, like he talks about this octopus government. He's really just talking about MJ12 or whatever.
Mm.
The because I think he was using different. Yeah, here it's talking about Earl Bryan. He was one of the Phoenix guys from Vietnam. And that he was
Mhm.
a surgeon, a neurosurgeon. I'm pretty sure that's the neurosurgeon one. Hold on.
This was a book that was recommended to me because and it's funny because it's called The Octopus or just Octopus, and it's all about like how the long reach of the Sicilian mafia controls the global narcotics trade. And apparently because I asked specifically for any books that have any good information about, Rome, like the Vatican involvement, and that was recommended to me by an expert on the mafia. If anybody watches um OC Shorts on YouTube, James Gladwish. So I messaged him personally and asked for the book that he thinks would be the best, and he got back to me with that. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, Earl Bryan, neurosurgeon. Because it's like if they were okay, so basically it's like all these Phoenix people seem to be well, I think that they were running a program in Vietnam where they started off the what was that here? I think they started off the either a surveillance program of uh, implanted microchips
Mhm.
or or some kind of mind control program, and that the it's like once Vietnam was over, they went to California, and that the intelligence network was huge in California, and that
Yeah.
they recruited these Phoenix people, and that they well, I think they brought their research from Vietnam to the Vacaville Penitentiary medical place, and that uh, one of their first uh, one of their first people was that Donald DeFreeze guy. I think he was he made a Symbionese Liberation Army, which Symbionese meant like to converge or something,
Yeah.
symbiosis, and and that he his symbol was the nine-headed serpent, or the seven or nine-headed serpent, and that the what was but that when they took him down, they made sure he burned, and that the I think that they made sure they wanted to get rid of any evidence if he was implanted, because his doctor was Jolyon West, and fucking
Mm.
and that fucking he was I think they were trying to they say they were researching the brainwashing and trying to undo it or something, but I think that they were trying to perfect it, and that the
Mm.
yeah, he examined Jack Ruby. It's like what was I getting at? The so uh well, the Earl Bryan guy though, he was connected with yeah, the info technologies.
Well, they
Yeah,
did
and
that in Sweden recently. They put in the chips in people's hands.
oh yeah, the Heldron, Infotech, Heldron, FNN, EPI, and Heldron and Info Technologies is connected to the Neuralink as like a manufacturing. Well, let me see if I can put it in. I showed it one of the nights on one of the podcasts.
Yeah.
The brain computer interface. But so like,
Hold on just 1 second. I just want to go take a quick whiz. I'll be right back.
okay, but like so, yeah, Vacaville. But so I think that the program started, or at least continued, in Vacaville, and that there were 3 of the people that were associated with the LAPD who were also in the Phoenix thing, and that Cooper alleges that DeFreeze wasn't just an informant, but was the chief of the public whatchamacallit unit or some shit. The public protest unit, or no, that's not the right word. But so yeah, Berkeley, Vacaville, because there was a couple other people that were at that Vacaville spot. I think Manson was there. But well, it's like if they're connected to the Ralph Tortorici guy, Tortorici claims he was implanted with a chip, and that the and that the it should come up. Let's see. Implanted. What the fuck? They don't have But so the alleging of McVeigh claiming that he had a microchip, that he might have been part of this program or some kind of programs of mind control or surveillance, or, well, I mean, I would say the mind control aspect, if it's, well, that's what's crazy, because we don't know how far their stuff can go. You know what I mean? Like, and then it's crazy because they're all connected with Reagan. And fucking
With
Reagan was
Reagan?
mentioned. Yeah, Reagan was mentioned in that Nazi article that we were reading, and that the some of the people that he was making deals with was Nazis. The where was it at? Yes, Jolene West was cleared top secret for MK Ultra. Blah blah. So I mean, there's no. I mean, yeah. So this Colson Westbrook, he was the guy that gave DeFreeze the nickname, the the, the fifth leader or some shit. That the graduated from Berkeley, but I'm pretty sure Colson Westbrook was also Phoenix. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Phoenix right there. Yeah, and that the so it's like Colson Westbrook. I'm pretty sure Earl O'Brien was also LAPD. Earl Bryan, combat surgeon, blah blah. CIA Phoenix program. Yep. Well, was he? I'm pretty sure he was LAPD though too. Damn it. There's 3 of them I remember that were LAPD. I don't remember which ones. I know the Colson Westbrook was. Yeah, but I mean, like, so that brings it into the modern stuff where it's like those maniacs that you see in the news, that are like some kind of mind controlled murderers that
Yeah.
they've got the hypnosis look in their eye. Their cases are all very sketchy.
Yeah. A lot of them don't even remember how realize like what they did.
Yeah,
Oh, why did I do this? I was in it. Yeah.
yeah. You're like Sirhan Sirian could have been one for
Right.
sure.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
what if John Lennon or whatever was really trying to go against the New World Order in a way with his music, and they're just like, we can't have this. Send out Sirhan Sirian. I mean, that's
Yeah, it
fucked up.
makes sense why they do vilify him as a person. I mean, as the Beatles, but they vilify him as a person. They say he was like a shitty dad and he was like mean to people. He was like a mean guy and stuff. And, they kind of character bash him. I don't know. I never met the guy, but,
Yeah,
you know, he was definitely trying to, and he was definitely had a lot of influence. He had, when it came to like ending like the wars and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah. It's interesting. He might have got he might have got taken out of the brainwashing from Yoko's vagina.
Yeah. Maybe
He's like, oh
Yoko
my god, what am I doing? Gonna
was.
bang this super groupie.
A lot of people definitely asked that question to her. Definitely asked that question.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, so William Herman was also under Reagan. I forget what the Ron Corporation was had to do with that. Yeah, like Reagan had a whole barrage of sketchy people, and then if you mix the alien conspiracy with it, it gets really weird. Uh, like well, I mean, I try to not mix the alien conspiracy because I mean, are they brainwashing people because they're trying to like I don't know, it's fucked up. It's like I don't know. It's just fucked up that the modern world has come to these types of complex issues. Like imagine in medieval times you're trying to explain something like, no, they brainwashed him. They put some kind of piece of metal in his brain. They got him to do it. You know, they'd be like,
Tracking.
what? That's magic. You're crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like Cooper says, he's like even the most medieval serf in modern times America would run for the hills from the fucking the control of the, the way things are. Like it's like, oh, you gotta sign a piece of paper, you gotta do this, you gotta bend over backwards and kiss so and so's ass. Fucking like we can't even just go to the Secretary of State anymore in Michigan. You have to file an appointment. And it's like, what? This is bullshit. Fucking file an appointment. And then all the appointments are all fucking months in advance or some shit.
Yeah. Well, they had I mean, even out here, when you still want to speak to your councilman, he was in his office every day, and now you don't got to show up to his office because he doesn't care.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, then if you're a car dealership though, you have a special phone number you can call, and you can directly call the Secretary of State.
Yeah.
Where we can't. We have to go through some hotline like, oh, this number, press 1.
And then talk to an AI bot. That's
Yeah, they got the same waiting room music on the phones they had like fucking 30 years ago. Some kind of weird
ah.
like electric piano or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, it was like the only stupid trend I remember was when that commercial came on with the fucking lady. It's like, help, I'm falling and I can't get up.
Yes.
And we'd say that
Yeah,
everywhere.
the life alert thing. Yes. That was great. Oh man.
Why I should put that to this. Yeah, and I do think that the well, according to Cuddy's research, that the intelligence apparatus may be in league with the Nazis.
Mhm.
Let's see. Let's see. Other way. Feudalization or Feudal Future 2006, July 24th. Included an extensive quote from the next step, Benevolent Feudalism, the Independent, March 3rd, 1902, where W.J. Gent, former editor of American Fabian, detailing the characteristics of the planned feudal society in the future. But that sounds great.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip this part. Looking for the Nazi shit.
Mhm.
Blah blah. I mean, he makes some good points and stuff, but Declaration of Inter. Well, I didn't. I forgot about that because there was another one in the '90s, and then another one in 1976, and then
Mhm.
another one in like 1920 or something. So there was like 4 Declaration of Interdependence. Uh, pointed SARS with a global problem-solving perspective. Science Czar John Holdren. Blah blah. Limit the number of family. Okay, I'm gonna skip that. Yeah, the convergence of capitalism and communist nations towards socialism. The world something. Blah blah. Damn it! This last article isn't really going on about the Nazis much.
Mhm.
I mean, the Illuminati articles and the Muslim Brotherhood stuff. Maybe that's where I was getting into it. Yeah, the Rockefeller plan. There's a lot of really good articles in here.
Yeah.
Wait, did this say Heldron? The importance of. I thought I just. Yep. Oh no, hydration. That's pretty random. Blah blah. Techno feudal Rockefeller education. Blah, blah.
Mhm.
Okay, here we go. As stated earlier, there was a major presence in Muslim nations of the Middle East during and after World War II. Wait, excuse me, major Nazi presence. Uh, in part 21 of the series, I mentioned Iraq, Saddam Hussein as a member of CIA-supported six-man blank team in the late 1950s. According to Chuck Morris in the Nazi Connection to Islamic Terrorism 2003, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Hassani, was put on the Nazi payroll in 1938. One of his confidants was one of his confidants, quote unquote, or quote, was Saddam Hussein's uncle, General Karala Tolfa, who would later become Saddam's guardian, mentor, and father-in-law.
Mhm.
Jesus. Clearly, Saddam Hussein was tutored in the El Hassani brand of Muslim Nazism by his uncle from an
Mhm.
early age and would become one of the most devout and effective practitioners of El Hassani inspired Nazi pan Arabism, as his career would attest. At the conclusion of World War II, al-Hassani would play a key role in what came to be known as Project Odessa, an operation that provided a pipeline for war criminals fleeing justice, making their way to Arab and Latin countries.
Well, that makes
Yeah,
sense because Baathism was basically Arabian National Socialism.
yeah,
Saddam Hussein was a Baathist. Syria was Baathist.
yeah. Didn't Saddam gas a bunch of people or something?
He gassed the Kurds. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Well, it's
gassed the
interesting
Kurds.
that they fled to Cairo too, because Cairo in like 18 something, there was an Illuminati takeover of Cairo.
Mhm.
I think it was in the 1870s or something.
Illuminati takeover of Cairo.
Whoa. Excuse me. So, one of the Nazis who fled to Cairo, Egypt, was Goebbels' aide Johannes von Leers, who would, under this name Omar Amin, become. Well, that's interesting because he was saying earlier that the Nazis would change their name to Muslim names. Become an official in the Egyptian Information Ministry. Muslim Brotherhood was founded in Egypt in 1928. That makes me think we should be uh, looking at rich white looking Muslims, people that look like, because if there's Nazis and they're changing the name to Muslim and fucking and they're in high places in the Middle East and stuff, then I'm sure they would stick out like a sore thumb. You know what I mean? Like, because like I mean, that's a long story. Let's
Mhm.
see here. Let's see. The Muslim Brotherhood was founded in Egypt 1928 and became the original source of radical Islamic groups such as Hamas, Hezbollah, and Al Qaeda. November 8th, 2008, Swiss police raided the home of Swiss Nazi Ahmad Huber, and on the basis of evidence that he had been financial agent of Osama bin Laden. that's pretty. That's a big one right there. Because I mean, that's why I think. That's why I say, like, I think the Nazis were involved with 9/11 with the Arabs.
Mm. Also, the intel. I mean, the intelligence thing. I think it's because all the intelligence comes from it, and it's
Well,
definitely an intelligence operation. But
yeah. I mean, there could be like double and triple agents involved.
yeah, well, I don't believe planes hit the towers, though. That's the thing. Something, you know, I don't
Yeah.
know if they was just like because I mean, even the Lebanese guy, the Lebanese hijacker, his family was actually, connected to Mossad. And I kind of
Ugh.
wonder, and they usually with intelligence, they usually recruit the whole family and their extended family into different. If you go into if they like, use you as an intelligence asset, not just Israel, but every country does. That's why, like the Soviet Union brought over Russian families or Russians to marry into American families because that's how they usually would
Hmm.
do it. But yeah, he was Lebanese and he was connected to he was some of his family were known to be working with Mossad. So
Whoa. Excuse me. Man, this joint's pretty heavy.
mhm.
Cool. Oh yeah. So let's see here. November 13th, 2010, the New York Times published Nazis given a safe haven in the U.S. Report says, which begins, quote, a secret history of the United States government's Nazi hunting operation concludes that American intelligence officials created a safe haven in the United States for Nazis and their collaborators after World War II, end quote. Eric Light Blue went on to say that the Justice Department has tried to keep this 2006 600-page report from its Office of Special Investigations secret for 4 years. Hmm.
Mm.
That's where the UFO conspiracy gets involved because it's like the I mean, the motivation for why they would, the logics of why they would recruit those people, uh, and not, just throw them in the slammer and fucking throw away the key. That's
Mhm.
what they should have done. Is just like, all right, bye. You're gonna break rocks in half for the next eternity. Like the cartoons,
Yeah.
Let's see, I mean, that's what should have happened at the Nuremberg thing.
Mm.
It's like Jonah was trying to say that he thinks that the Nuremberg trial, that some of the people involved in the trial were in cahoots with the Nazis. Uh,
Oh yeah. Well, they only prosecuted the people who had the most dirt on them. That's why Eichmann was that's why Israel went after Eichmann. I don't know if I ever
hmm.
mentioned the conspiracy behind his story.
Is it that guy
His
with all the paintings?
Eichmann, he was
Or no?
no, I think that's someone else. Eichmann was the liaison between the Nazis and the Zionists. And
Hmm.
after the war, there's like that whole operation where they went to Argentina and they grabbed him and they brought him back and they gave him a show trial and they hung him. I think it's like the only execution in Israel's history.
Hmm.
And the thing is what's crazy about it is one of the people who testified at his trial was Kurt Becker, and Kurt Becker was the head of the entire concentration camp system. So he had more
Hmm.
involvement in killing people than Eichmann did. And he testified against Eichmann, and his company was called Cologne Handel Gesellschaft.
Hmm.
And they did his company did a lot of business with Israel. So it's just kind of interesting why they went after Eichmann. It was because if he'd ever decided to write his memoirs, and he had already written a diary where he said if he was Jewish, he would have been like the most hardcore Zionist. If he would have written his memoirs or decided to do, a book tour, he probably would have spilled a lot of beans on the Zionist collaboration with the Nazis. That's why they killed Rudolf Kastner.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, that's why the Zionists killed Kastner because he could have spoken about the Kastner train.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, we have to look into those. Yeah. That sounds interesting. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, was he connected with the British Zionists, the British Israelists?
Who?
Uh,
Eichmann?
yeah, or the guy that was the other dude. Were either of them
Kurt Becker? No, they were both German. Kurt Becker was
German?
German. Yeah, they were both part of. They were both Nazis. They
Oh,
were both
okay.
part of the SS. Yeah,
So the
but
Nazis had Zionists too.
the only other flag that was allowed to fly in Nazi Germany was the Zionist flag.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yes. Yeah, because that was the whole point of World War II and like part of the Holocaust was to reestablish the modern state of Israel. And the Jews who were killed off in the Holocaust were the assimilationists, who were like Berlin is my Jerusalem, and like
Hmm.
mostly the ultra religious who were religiously opposed to Zionism. So you got rid of them, you create a massacre that everybody can remember, and then it becomes this everybody who survived was basically a Zionist. So
Hmm.
there's a lot more to go into, but I'm not gonna, derail.
Well, that
Yeah.
explains why the British Zionists, British Israelists, is connected with the Nazis. I think because I think they're all kind of working together. Because Cooper even talks about how they were Christian Zionists and that
Yeah.
they were working towards the same New World Order bullshit. The
Yeah. That's why they wanted Israel. That's why they needed to bring Israel back. So eventually they can do their fake messianic event.
hmm,
That's ultimately what they're trying to do. But also politically, like fascism and is more aligned with Zion with the fascist Zionists won. the Irgun, the Stern Gang, they were the fascist Zionists. They won the war. They basically created Israel. They were the ones who started the fight in 48. So they won. They controlled. They came out on top of like the anarchist Zionists, the communist Zionists who were who were secular and didn't want wanted a multi-ethnic state. It was Jabotinsky and like the Irgun and the Stern Gang that talked about the Iron Wall. I believe that was the term he used. The Iron Wall was
Russia.
no, it was like in Israel. It would be the separation between Jews and Arabs. Like,
oh, I see.
Yeah, there would be like an iron wall between them because it was an ethno-Jewish. They were they were fascists. They were national socialists and fascists. They used to call I think it was I think Abba Echimer. They used to call him like a version of El Duce. Those are the ones who were trained at the fascist naval school. That was the Irgun.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not so heavily versed on the subject. I'm gonna have to roll a cigarette. No.
Get ready, because it's about to get intense. Roll it up. Roll them up. Smoke them if you got them.
Yeah, well, I remember what I was to say. Okay, so that quote unquote messianic event, that you were discussing, well, you briefly said when you were saying what you're saying or whatever, that I think that's what the Alice Bailey's Christ consciousness stuff is. That's their event. This return of the Christ is the Christ consciousness in man, all these people that believe in it. If you notice, a lot of the people that believe it in the festivals, they're all fucking these fucking white people that are blonde hair and blue eyes. I mean, if you look at it, it's like I mean, there's all sorts of people with the flower of life tattoo and all this, but I mean it's like the city people that go to those festivals and stuff. I know so many of them, and that they're all from all over, and that they're all like the same consciousness, the same. They're all spewing the same bullshit. Fucking, it's like I don't know. They're in a weird, crazy world. I mean, that's
that's no joke. But I mean,
well, I think that's what the Illuminati religions that preach all the second coming of Jesus bullshit. That fucking that their second coming is simply the Alice Bailey's Christ consciousness second coming, quote unquote. It's not some kind of supernatural thing, but all these people with this consciousness that's being invoked. I mean, that's what Cooper gets to, and I mean, he doesn't flat out say it like that, but that's what I've gathered from trying to verify what he's saying and all this stuff. I mean, this guy writes about the Baha'ist cults too, which I mean, they're connected to the Nazis, and that they're the same as the Christ consciousness cults, and that the Christ consciousness term can be interchangeable with the word Aryan.
Like
Yeah,
Uber.
Yeah, I think I said before last night. One of the parts of this article says that Hitler was indoctrinated into the Christ consciousness religion in 1919. I'm like fucking.
That's interesting.
Yeah, here he was shocked.
Probably like Christian Illuminism. Probably like.
Yeah, it's I mean, the British Israelism. It's the same religion. It's the that stuff, the secret places of the lion. But except that guy is really going in crazy places when he's talking about UFOs, because he's bringing UFOs into. I didn't expect that because Cooper didn't mention that the guy was a UFO nut.
Well, I mean, what was it? If they believe if it's like the British Israelism, then it makes sense. Like, it might end up being like, I don't know, the King of England who ends up becoming. I mean, I don't know,
Yeah,
because I mean, if Christ's come back, the whole idea of Christ coming back will be through the Catholic Church, but then they'll still need a Davidic king, and the Davidic king, I bet, would probably would then be like
yeah.
English.
They're
You
still in
know?
cahoots with England, and England thinks that
Yeah,
it's the line of David.
yeah, they
Anyway,
think
I
that.
gotta turn on the big fan real quick. The little fan's not doing
Yeah.
it.
Oh shit! I should. Yeah, let's do that. We found extra bullet casings in the room RFK was shot. I need to let Sirhan Sirhan. Yeah, I think Sirhan Sirhan was definitely a oh, what you call it? I think he was like mind controlled or something, or hypnotized. Not sure.
Yeah, so think of like Alice Bailey, and she's
Yeah.
contacting Dejwal Cool. Think of that scene from from Coneheads where they're like, "We've got to talk to the big head, or no, the big phone." They're that's what they're basically claiming. They they got to go talk to the intergalactic core hive mind Satan or whatever the fuck. Oh. Yeah, because like I think that the Scientology is connected with the Nazis.
Mhm.
I mean, look at L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh, mm.
Same with well, I don't know if mainly P. Hall is, but I mean, like that, like Alice Bailey and stuff. Their Lucis Trust and Theosophy books all have the swastika right in the front.
Yeah.
The and like all these people try to downplay it and stuff, but it's like they're preaching the Aryan race shit. And they're fucking openly doing it. Nobody's seeing this connection between Theosophy and the Nazis.
Mm.
Damn it. I think my lighter died.
Why you go to Walmart and buy a 6-pack of Bic?
Well, it is. Well, my girlfriend always steals my lighters.
Ugh.
They go into a portal into some mysterious realm.
All about that. Lighters. That's why I don't even never feel bad. And if someone ganked my lighter, I'm like, hey, you ganked it, give it back. Like I don't hesitate. And I had a friend one
Oh yeah.
time, like, no offense. He's like, no, man, that's the whole point. You're supposed to, if you can stop a ganked lighter, you stop it. Right?
Oh yeah.
Although he lost when I went back to the United States one time from Israel, and I had a bunch of lighters that I'd been saving that were like lighters that from like special times and like like memory lighters, and he managed to lose half of them.
Yeah.
And I was, God damn it, dude! I told you not to use any of them because I let them use my apartment, and so they would go hang out there. And I think one time before they went to a club, and he took he took one of my, like, that's what ended up happening. Or he's
Oh
like,
yeah.
oh, I'll bring it back. And then he never did.
In the hood, all the black people were afraid of white lighters or yellow lighters, so I'd always just carry a yellow lighter. Somebody would take it.
It's
And
actually
then
white.
yeah,
Yeah.
in Michigan typically it's white lighter, not yellow. But
Yeah.
for some reason in the hood it was yellow lighters.
Interesting.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure
that's why
why.
I think they stopped making white lighters altogether. I haven't seen a big lighter in a long time.
Oh yeah, well they just cover them with the sleeves.
Yeah, yeah, true. They're all
Oh,
typically
damn.
white, but still now. Yeah.
Yeah, it was hmm, damn it. I got a lighter around here somewhere. I guess that shouldn't be the main concern of the show. Oh, let's go back to this article. What was known long before 2006, people like Arthur Rudolph, developer of NASA's Saturn V rocket, Werner von Braun, chief architect of NASA's Saturn V launch vehicle, had been Nazis brought to the U.S. under Operation Paperclip. The OSI report, striving for accountability of the aftermath of the Holocaust, does provide for new information. For example, regarding the Nazi butcher of lions, Klaus Barbie, the report states a former American intelligence officer asserted that the U.S. had protected Barbie and paid him $1,700 a month for intelligence information after the war. It also revealed that Barbie worked for the U.S. from 1947 to 49. The U.S. Army, quote, used the services of a shady intermediary to help Barbie escape to Bolivia in 1951 under the name Klaus Altman.
Klaus Altman.
Yeah. For some reason, I swear there was more stuff about business and stuff with these articles, but I think it was a different section. It might have been the New World Order section.
Yeah.
He went into further details about the companies that they owned. One was like this construction company. The other was a pharmaceutical company that was connected to this subsidiary of Rockefeller. No, a subsidiary of IG Farben. And that but he was also receiving supplies from Bayer for vaccine stuff, and then but the subsidiary of IG Farben is where Mingala was getting the hormones to do the hormone treatments, where he was giving people opposite hormones, and that's what's really fucked up, because that connects it all, because the Order of the Solar Temple, who was a serious cult / Christ consciousness cult, they were using hormones, the opposite hormones. And they say that Hitler was found with high levels of all hormones. They believe that they obtained some sort of enlightenment from the hormones. Some sort of, that's what was weird about it. It's like, well, we can obviously see who's running the rainbow show. No offense to rainbow people or anything, but that the Nazis may have created the whole shebang. You know what I mean? Like, because they're trying to push this world religion, this universality, and like, and that, because they want that to drown out anything that isn't. So they're bringing in this new world, which Disney wrote about or made a song about, at least. A whole new world. Made by Mingala.
Yeah. I think that's that's why I was saying before. That's why I think they focus a lot on Hirschfeld, but really Mengele was the one, because all that science was connected. Like a lot of it was, I think that one of the reasons why they were practicing like with the hormones and stuff was actually as a way to cure homosexuality, because
they thought it was
like in Iran.
Oh, yeah, they like, I forgot microphone's not attached. I'm just looking for a lighter. They thought it was helping them obtain the Christ consciousness.
Well, I think it was like the Ubermensch. I think one of the big was like the because like in like in Iran and stuff, they do that where like if you're a homo, they turn you into a woman. If you're a homo, they turn you into a woman, and if you're a lesbian, they turn you into a dude. And that way, the society is perceived as A and B. Like this, they can. It's like it's like in Iceland.
I'm grabbing a soda real quick.
Like in Iceland, they'll say that they cured Down syndrome, and it's like, oh my god, how did you cure Down syndrome? Oh, we just aborted every Down syndrome baby. Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm back. I had to grab a lighter too. Yeah, well, then that thing about Mingala, he was trying to make some kind of DNA modification to quote unquote enhance the Aryan gene,
Mm.
and if they were to, if the Nazis were running some sort of pharmaceutical shit, and that they were to administer something like that,
Mhm.
what would be the perfect way? The mRNA or whatever, the
Yeah.
gene therapy that was they reclassified as a vaccine.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically.
Well, I mean that's the thing. I don't know if it was when we were talking about it with you, but like people who have taken the vaccine are physiologically different from people who didn't. Like, I mean, it wasn't just, it wasn't even a vaccine. I mean, it did something to your your computer, your internal computer, your mRNA, your
Yeah.
DNA.
I mean, I speculate that they're basically lobotomizing people. I mean, it's just crazy because, like, when my kid was born, I'm at the
Mhm.
hospital and I'm like, no, I don't want my kid vaccine. So is my ex, and they're
Yeah.
just like, oh, they just put up the biggest fuss. They were just irate just from us saying no, and
Yeah.
it was like, and then and then I left because I figured they had already harassed us, and that we already said no. And then when
Mhm.
when I left, they, after my ex had her C-section when she was on pain medicine, they convinced her to get my kid vaccinated, and I was very upset. I've called all sorts of places demanding that, we already said no. Both of us said no, and they went behind my back and
Mhm.
fucking, while she was on pain medicine, so she was under the influence,
Mhm.
and it's like it's just crazy that somehow they could do that, and that wasn't against the law in some way. You know what I mean? Like, it was bullshit. Because, like, if I'm a parent, it's like I'm supposed to be able to protect my kid,
Right.
from whatever I think is wrong. And if I think it's wrong, because I have a pharmacy technology degree,
Yeah.
uh, it's only a 2-year degree, but it's still something. It's enough to, it doesn't matter if somebody has a degree; they should be able to have the right to,
Yeah.
you know, even if it's a religious right or something. That's how you know we're not in a free country. That they think it's free, but if you say no for your kid to get vaccine when they're born, they'll
Mhm.
put up the biggest fucking hissy fit, and they'll throw everything they can at you. Fucking, that's why they took away my parental rights, because they didn't like that I did not want my kid vaccinated, and fucking, you know.
Mhm.
Plus, they didn't like that I used to have a weed card. Yeah, because they were like, "Oh, well, we want to drug test you." I'm like, "Go right ahead," and I slapped down my weed card. And then they're like, "We don't want to drug test you anymore." I'm like, "Why not?" Because I'm gonna be clean.
Mhm.
And then they refused to drug test my ex, and she was dirty with all sorts of disgusting things.
Mhm.
Uh, that she was still allowed custody, but I never got no custody period whatsoever. Only like hourly visits and shit. And it was like, it was just such bullshit.
Mhm. That's insane. They always do that.
Yeah. Well, it's like my leftist friend was flipping out on me for simply saying, uh, you know, simply saying when somebody fucks with lava, they get burned. talking about that idiot that fucking got hurt or got deleted by the ICE people, you know? And it's like the guy kicked the people's car, you know, that those people are already probably high strung as fuck, and fucking you got to be polite. You don't be impolite to people that are, you know, officers of the law. That's just
Yeah,
retarded.
won't bring a knife, even though he brought a gun. But if you're gonna protest and do something like that, then
Yeah, you obey
don't.
the laws.
Yeah, exactly. There's a difference between freedom of speech and freedom of assembly and yada yada yada. And
Yeah,
going
yeah.
back.
Well, it's like this whole thing. This this chick was arguing with me, and it was like you know, all over just some stupid comment, and it's like okay, so what was it's like they don't understand. It's always been socialism. Like socialist courts took my kid away. Socialist people brought people into the country. Socialists are trying to push people out of the country. It's all making more and more socialism. It doesn't matter who's holding the ball; they're all seem to be doing it. That, you know, like people are excited about the silver going up, and it's like, well, that means the dollar is probably down.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, the trickle effect is going to be horrible. Uh, and I think the international bankers are doing it on purpose. They're
Well, they're starting to empower China.
I think they're.
Wanting
I
to
think
get
that
into the top now.
yeah, I think London and Wall Street's back in China, and that they're back in Russia, and that they want China and Russia to take down America, and that they want to take over Europe more,
Yeah.
more openly.
Well, they'll have to. They'll make it that countries will have to leave NATO and join into some kind of alliance with
But
Russia. Yeah.
I think the EU and NATO is heavily littered with Nazis, at least at the beginning. That they were, you know, if the two, the commies and the Nazis are separate, then they've never stopped fighting each other, basically.
Well, they're two sides of one coin. You know.
Yeah, because because I mean, if like McVeigh was connected to some sort of Nazi-related intelligent group, and
Oh yeah.
and if Donald DeFreeze was also connected, then why would they make a commie and then make a Nazi?
I think Yeah, I think that was the one in I think it was in Arkansas or something, and I think which is also interesting. But I think there was a German guy who was a big part of that organization that Timothy McVeigh supposedly belonged to. He was like this. He was like a German guy who came in from Germany,
Yeah,
and
wasn't he his roommate? I think.
I'm not sure, but I know they were all connected to each other because I
Yeah,
think he was because he came up in the plot and he was supposedly like military, like German ex-military.
yeah, yeah. That what was that organization called? Fucking some kind of German intelligence unit that was created after World War II. That it was connected with the Odessa or whatever.
Mhm.
Connected with the other one. Oh, it's talking about Eichmann right here. Adolf Eichmann and Otto von Bolschwing. The report disclosed in 1946 that Bolschwing was hired by the Gehlen organization, a group of former Nazi intelligence operatives who came under the aegis of the U.S. Army after the war. The CIA was sufficiently grateful to help him emigrate to the United States in 1954.
Mhm.
Let's see. And pertaining to Robert Verbalin, the report showed he worked for the CIC U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps, for which Henry Kissinger worked during World War II. Kissinger was connected to John J. McCloy and the other guy. Who was that other dude? Paul Dickoff, I think was his name. Let's see. The
Hey, by the way,
report. Sorry, what was that?
I meant to say this earlier because when we were talking about the vaccines, there was a midwifery. If I had a kid, I'd probably go to either a midwife or an Orthodox Jewish doctor, like OBGYN. But there was because a lot of them will forge your shit. But there was a midwifery in out on Long Island, and the woman, it turns out that she forged vaccination papers for like 1,500 kids at least that they know of. So, and that's what clinic.
Yeah.
See, they can get the best of both. They can get paid, and they can, follow the parents, requests.
Yeah, it's. Well, I mean, if they change the preservatives and they change their farming methods for the vaccines, then they would probably be okay. But that would only be if they could absolutely disprove terrain germ theory, because that book that everybody criticizes by William James, Vaccine Myth or some shit, the quotes that was being read on that one Cooper episode, or like 3 Cooper episodes, the Alex Loglia episodes, that it was they were just flat out reading these science experiments where like the protein strand of virus was being subjected to different terrains, and that it was literally mutating into completely different viruses. And so they theorized that all the viruses were one. Yeah. So it's like it's like and then they ironically created a test to test the terrain of your body with the nose thing that they were doing.
Oh, the swab test?
Yeah, because they weren't actually testing for the virus; they were testing for the terrain of your body to see if it was. They even used that term, terrain, and I was like, "What the fuck?" They make a test that tests the terrain of your body to see if you have something, and they don't believe in the terrain germ theory, supposedly.
Yeah.
Unless they're all fucking ran by Nazis and they're all fucking doing weird experiments in the whole public.
Yeah. Well, it didn't make any sense that they would test you for the virus right in the middle of Manhattan, like outside in the street, and it was like, wait a second, is this really how you would test somebody for like what's in there? Like you open it up, it's like all you got to do is open up the packaging and it's already like covered in soot and
Oh yeah.
it's like this is not quite the place to do that, So that's why I knew it was all nonsense.
There is a hospital in Michigan that got caught. They were the news got caught paying people to wait in line, and they were filming it saying that it was a full house of testing when there was nobody actually going to it.
Yeah.
That's the same city where fluoride was introduced. The same city where the fucking there was a bunch of brick pallets there. That there was no known construction jobs going on, and all of a sudden all these brick pallets just show up everywhere. Then everybody's trying to riot in 2020.
Yeah, I have a picture of it on my phone because they left them by my house too. And when me and my friend, I remember when we saw it and we were like, all right, something's about to go down because nobody in their right mind leaves construction equipment laying in the middle of a street in New York City. It's that was sketchy. And then sure enough, it started popping up. I have it. I actually probably have pictures of it on my old phone.
Yeah. Yeah, they had the National Guard and like big barricades in the highways in some cities. It's like, what? This is crazy. Like, and that nothing even was happening, and it was like, why would they? You know what I mean? And then eventually there was a bunch of people that were violent and
Yeah.
like I think they burned a police car or something and flipped it, but that was still like a bunch of fucking idiots.
Mhm.
Like it's like that wasn't no need for National Guard or anything. That was right around the same time when there was the in Minneapolis or whatever when they burned the police station, and it's
Yeah,
like
that's right.
it's like they were being protected just like they were with the LA riots, where there was 16 murders during the LA riots and none of them were investigated.
Yeah, yeah, true. But then if any of the rooftop Asians, the rooftop Koreans would have shot one of them, they would have definitely helped press charge. Well, now they would have, but
Oh
back
yeah.
then,
Well, in 2020 the news was freaking out about Mexicans in Chicago that were standing on their roofs ready to take anybody down that wanted to loot their store.
Mhm. You
Which
know?
I mean,
Yeah. Mhm.
the yeah, because I mean it's their right if it's their store and I mean they're protecting their property. I mean that's I wouldn't put myself in that position if I ever owned a store. I'd make sure that there was like big bars and stuff on the windows and so.
Well, that's unfortunately the case. That you have to, you know, that's why it comes to a point where it's like, but that's why I think that's the biggest way. They talk about, oh, the National Guard, oh, defund all the police, and it's like, no, no, no. All you need to do is allow people to exercise their Second Amendment right, allow law-abiding citizens to exercise their Second Amendment rights, and the society will be just that much safer. It's like in New Hampshire, where it's like 99% gun ownership. There's no such thing as burglarizing a house. It just doesn't exist out there because
Yeah.
you're gonna get blown away. You know,
Oh yeah.
and that's
Yeah.
how it
The
should be.
well, technically the National Guard is the organized militia. The unorganized militia is supposed to be every able-bodied American from 18 to 45, unless you're
Mhm.
a retired military, and then the age goes up to 65. And like, there's no group or something to join. It's just a broad term which is used in law, where if Congress needed to call upon anything more than the National Guard, that they would be like, we need all able-bodied Americans.
Yeah, that's how it should be. Regular. It should. That's how it really should be. But
Yeah, that's
unfortunately,
who
they
should
took
be
that right
doing
away
all
from
the.
us.
Well, that's who should be doing all the border cleanup is the National Guard, not ICE.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Well, I want to know how it was possible that Obama was able to deport 3 million people without having to run around in the streets like they're doing now. You know, and it was Todd
Yeah,
Homan too. It was Tom Homan also. So it's the same person under Obama doing the same thing. And it's like, why was it eight? Why was is what was different? Like, why can't we go back to what you did that time? You had it. I mean, it obviously worked. I don't remember ICE running around in the streets the way
yeah.
they are. So this is
I
on purpose.
I think it's because the number was so significantly higher. Because I mean, 50 million people flooded in the United States. That
Yeah.
made it so 1 in 7 people are illegally in the United States. That's quite a bit. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Now we're at 14 million. Now we're at, I think it's at least about 14 million illegals in the country right now that we know of. And he's only gotten rid of a few 100,000 or so, if that. But they've but they but what's his name got rid of a full like over 3 million he deported.
yeah. It seems like if they should. Well, it's fucked up that they think that they're gonna. It's like Mexico's so fucked up. It's like they need to just invade Mexico and take it over and. Get rid of the cartel. That should be priority number one for
Yeah.
the United States military, not all this Middle East stuff,
Yeah.
Because like I think there's Nazis and OTO and stuff hiding out in Mexico.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, absolutely. In Mexico, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
Mexico's
'cause
always
they got the same color flag as a bunch of those countries in the Middle East that are Islamic ran, and the same color flag as Italy.
Mhm.
And and I think the Spain has a similar flag, but those colors, red, white, and green and black,
Mhm.
those colors seem to be colors that were in league with the Nazis.
Mm.
There was I was surprised how much OTO shit was going on in Mexico. I mean, that blew my mind when I was reading whatever the fuck I was reading. I mean, it was huge. It was like they had like a Grand Lodge there and shit. Fucking, 'cause
No.
the OTO basically is like they claim to be Nazis and Illuminati, and that they resurrected Illuminati from whatever is left of Weishaupt's order if they're not literally directly connected to it. But I think that the Rhodes Scholarship, Cecil Rhodes, and some of those people were directly connected to Illuminati, literally. Uh,
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, I brought up the
It's okay. Night soon, so because I
what's
didn't
that?
realize it's
Oh yeah,
almost
you're passing
it's
out.
almost 4 minutes, so I might no, I'll give it. I'll hang out for another 5 minutes or so. But yeah, it's almost
Yeah,
4 a.m. I got to get up tomorrow morning and do a few things. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Go on.
yeah. What was that going on
Yeah,
about
Rio in Mexico.
yeah, well, something about well, I'm still amazed that Harry didn't know that the Aryan thing is interchangeable with Christ consciousness.
I
Uh,
didn't know that.
yeah,
Uh,
it's definitely the same exact meaning. I mean, it's especially when you look at Blavatsky's work and
yeah.
Brother 12, his work. You see what they're talking about. It's like, whoa, this is creepy. Like, this is creepy shit. Yeah, because the Brother 12 guy was talking about races perishing and shit. Fucking,
Mhm.
uh, which, he's talking about genocide. The, was, well, I guess, much more is there? I guess I'll try to finish this. Concerning the associate of the infamous Adolf Eichmann, I think I read that part. Okay, so in pertaining to Robert Verbalin, the report showed he worked for the CIC, Counterintelligence Corps, which has Henry Kissinger, blah blah. 1988 OSI report concluded nearly all Army counterintelligence corps groups, agents, or CIC agents interviewed in the course of this investigation acknowledged that membership in the SS for participation in questionable wartime activities did not disqualify a person from use as a CIC informant.
Yeah.
Indeed, the first CIC agent, blah, blah, interestingly left out of the OSI's 2006 report, but its 1988 report regarding Verbalin. One finds that after Verbalin revealed his true Nazi identity in 1956, he was dismissed without prejudice and considered suitable for intelligence reemployment.
Mm.
He asserted Bormann, along with Nazi Dr. Ludwig Stumpfegger, died together in Berlin in 1945. near the railway station switching yard. Their remains just happened to be discovered near there by construction workers on December 7th, 1972. Were positively identified by dental records and DNA samples in '98. However, there are several problems with this scenario. First, the DNA match wasn't Borman himself, but rather a relative. Secondly, the dental records of Borman were only reconstructed from memory, 1945, by Hitler's dentist Hugo Bloch, and contained a few fundamental discrepancies from the alleged remains found in '72. Thirdly, the German Office of Notification of Next of Kin was Wermick killed in action. Lists stump figure. It does not list Borman, even though they supposedly died next to each other. Fourthly, although they allegedly committed suicide by taking cyanide, the account of Arthur Axman, who supposedly saw the dead bodies in 1945, stated, "I was unable to detect any external changes around the mouth that could have suggested that they had taken poison. I also observed no striking odor such as prussic acid or strong smell of bitter almonds." Well, that's weird. End quote. Fifthly, when the alleged remains were unearthed in 1972, there were found flecks of sticky red clay, which doesn't exist in the surrounding soil where they were found. Berlin has a base of yellow sand, but does exist in the region of Paraguay and Andes Mountains of South America and Russia. Sixthly, so they're saying the dirt on his shoes being sticky red clay didn't exist in that region. Uh,
Interesting.
if Borman died in '45, how could FBI files contain information that he was writing checks in his own name as late as '67, according to the book Martin Borman, Nazi in Exile by Paul Manning, who believes Borman was still alive in 1980? I mean, it is, if we were to be, what's that called, devil's advocate, it's
Yeah.
possible that they were forging his signature to get the money out. The Nazis were, I mean, but still, I think that they all escaped. I think that they definitely, for all we know, they filled those castles and shit full of cadavers and fucking fled Germany and went to South America as quick as possible.
Mostly what happened, yeah.
I mean, because to see how far the American military would go, they literally had blow up air, like inflatable fake airplanes, and that uh, like wooden tanks and stuff, and the Germans also did too. And like the psyops, we don't know how far the psyops went, like with you know like with the possibility of the Nazis putting fake bodies of themselves in positions in Germany, and then like fleeing the scene, and then the people that go in there or something were told, are like lied to and told, "Oh, some so and so already sweep this area, now you go clean it up," or something, like because I don't know, I don't think I've ever heard too many uh like testimonies of World War II soldiers, of them going into the castles and stuff, into the headquarters. uh I mean, I'm pretty sure I heard one where the people were talking about the bodies of Schindler and stuff, but like, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that they said that they thought it didn't look like him. I mean, there was that jaw thing with the. I don't think I got into that yet. Was this body located? Borman placed 800 million in Argentina alone. Dave Emery's book, blah blah. Borman Group constitutes what one veteran banker termed the greatest concentration of money power under a single control in history. Controlling
Yeah.
Germany was German big business, and through investment such as the Krupp Company, I'm assuming, stuff like that. Much of the rest of the world's economy. because the Krupp company was given back to the people after it was taken from them. I forget who commanded that to go down, but the organization was the repository for the stolen wealth of Europe, estimated by British intelligence to have totaled more than 180 billion at the end of 1943, not including the money taken from Greece and former Soviet Union. Blah blah, 180 billion trillions of dollars. Thus, I swear it must have been other articles that had more about this Nazi shit because I read all 22 of them. And I swear there was more. Uh, Thus, while the Allies, yeah, this last part's probably not. Oh, yeah, this is relevant right here. Thus, while the Allies were winning the military war against Nazis, Nazis were winning economic control of much of the world, and it is via this economic control that the secret Nazi plan has been executed over the past perhaps 2 generations, as mentioned by American official Sumner Wells. Time for decision, 1944. Blah blah. Yeah, so that's the end of it. I could have sworn there was more to it. Where the fuck was that? 21, 22. Probably the Muslim Brotherhood. It's got to be in the Muslim Brotherhood stuff.
Yeah.
Rockefellers, Nazis, or communists. Maybe it might have been in the straight up conspiracy one.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna probably call it a night. I'm getting pretty tired, actually.
Oh yeah, well, take it easy.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the invite as always, and have a wonderful night. And I'll see you again soon. Do this
Oh
again.
yeah, peace out.
Peace.
Yeah, damn it, I can't remember which articles it was. These ones, it doesn't show them as purple or whatever because I switched computers when my other computer died midway through going through all these. So I'm pretty sure it might have been the Illuminati ones. I mean, those ones are really good. Let's see. Where should I go next? The Illuminati one or the conspiracy or the conspiracy or the Muslim stuff? I mean, these Nazi or communist Rockefeller ones are very interesting as well. Yeah, it's like what I was saying earlier. It's like the whole thing the last 40 years or so, like, oh, socialism, more socialism, and oh, we don't like this socialism. Let's bring a different socialism, like Reagan's socialism, and then oh, Bushifers socialism, and fucking I mean, that's a long story. It's like that's where it all seems to be just more socialism, and it's all just clashing. But it's you know, and it's not necessarily that they're. I mean, they could all be planned out. The entire clash. Let's see. Yeah, so I mean these conspiracy ones I say are pretty interesting. Well, I don't know if we should go into that. I guess I'm going into this one. Yeah, let's see here. Well, these ones are actually pretty intense, I'm pretty sure. These Lincoln, Judge Bingham. Trying to see if they what they're going into exactly. Wilson, Freedom. This is all New World Order stuff. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, this is all J.P. Morgan, New World Order, FDR, Toynbee, the government of the whole world. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go to a different one because I'm looking for more of the ones about the Nazis. I'm thinking it's in the Muslim Brotherhood stuff. Where does that start? Right here. Yeah, I think we should go this one. Okay. Oh yeah, I got a soda. Okay, so let me see if anybody answered on Twitter. We have another guest, possibly. Let's see. Where's that at? Get too much shit open. Just reading about Belgium and. Okay, so yeah, I did have an interesting article of the it's from nuforc.org, where it's a UFO sightings all like this year and stuff. Um, disc, unknown, cigar, triangle, etc. I mean, I'm not gonna get into that tonight, but the yeah, I also was found this article on mentioning the Bank of International Settlements and the Nazis, which I don't know if I'm gonna go over this tonight. Okay. I mean, I was gonna try to connect it with the. Yeah, I don't need to look at that right now. Okay, so I guess I'll just continue with the article. Okay. Power Elite agent Lord Herbert Samuel was one of the first to refer the establishment of New World Order. Keep in mind that was like around the same time as one of the Emergency Powers Acts that went down in the United States. That was so he said the New World Order, House of Lords, May 16th, 1918. It's a member of the Millionaire Group that controlled British foreign affairs from the beginning of the 20th century until World War II. Oh man, damn it! I probably should have used my hand to cover my mouth, not my shirt, or hit the mute button. Sorry about that. As a member of the Milner Group that controlled British foreign affairs from the beginning of the 20th century until World War II, Samuel in 1921 appointed Haj Amin al Husani as Mufti. Samuel Herbert Samuel, Lord Herbert Samuel. Maybe we better look that up here. Maybe that's what I'm missing is the background checks on stuff. Lord Herbert Samuel. Okay, so let's see who he is. British politician, blah blah, Zionism, blah blah, future Palestine. Oh damn it! Wait, what was that guy? Part of the Milner Group. He appointed Al Haj Amin al Husani as Mufti. Huh, that's interesting. Oh, damn it. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so back to this. Who was his father? Liverpool, Lancashire. So he's from England, it looks like. Let's see. Damn it, where does it show his, here it is. Oh, it doesn't say his father's name. Where's, blah, blah, last member, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm not seeing where, oh, his great-grandfather, Menachem Samuel, immigrated from Kempen in Posen. So from Poland, not far from Poznan. Blah blah. Okay, I don't think this is relevant unless his father was this guy's religion here. I wonder if he was connected to the Christ consciousness stuff. Oops. Oh damn it! I forgot to put the other well, hold on. Let me see. Over here. Okay. Let me switch words here. Connected to that. First British blah blah Samuel British blah blah. Okay, so hold on, let me. British Israelism. Nothing found. Okay, let's see. She's connected to Theosophy. Okay, well, here we go. Lord Herbert Samuel, the financier. Okay, Theosophy, Lord Herbert Samuel. Wait, is that saying the Golden Dawn? Where's that at? Oh, why did it open at new things? Okay, that's what page? Lord something. Lord something. Lord Palmerston, not that one. Lords. Okay, Lord Rothschild. 59 matches. What the fuck? Herbert Samuel. Okay. Lord Herbert Samuel. What was that other word? Theosophy. Let's see if that's in the same page. I guess let's search Theosophy and see how many. Oops. Where's my mouse being returned? Theosophy. What page? So how many matches is that? 5 times. Let's see. 38. Golden Dawn. Whoa, that's got a bad word right there. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, Vril, Theosophy. So, Theosophy, followers, Edward William, High Priest. So I don't think this is, yes, it's going on the Golden Dawn stuff. How many pages is that? Lord, what's his name? From this, because it's irrelevant if it's not in the same article. That's some kind of racist magazine. Okay, so we're at page 36. One of five matches. 36. Okay, so it's only mentioned around page 36. What page is this? 47. Is this the same article? Well, there's. Let's see. Yeah, that's not the same article. I don't think. Okay, let's go to the next book. How many pages is that? 50. Ah, okay, get up there. Britain's. Let's see. Lord Herbert Samuel. What was? He was New World Order. Okay. Lord Herbert Samuel. Here we go. French, German, blah blah. Let's zoom in on that. Yeah. So Fabian Society's New Statesman. Let's see if this is mentioning theosophy. 5 times. I wonder. This might be just the words of. Well, Theosophy Society of Blavatsky. I think we need to establish. There's only 3 things mentioning theosophy and that dude. Let's check the books. Okay, there's got to be more than full view. Okay, let's take the Lord out of there. Herbert Samuel. Yes, Fist 1921. Let's see. Lord Cecil said this. Blah blah for free. Blah blah. So Cecil Rhodes was controlling that. Is that what was going on? That makes sense. That connects it with the Christ consciousness stuff. Okay, let's go to a different book. Let's see. Well, maybe we should go back to that book. I'm not seeing any other good ones. The Herald Star, 1918. Well, I guess let's check that one out real quick. Government issued, blah blah. Nah. This is what is this? Burgess Honor Organizing Secretary of Servers, Blind England and Wales, or Theosophical Order of Service. So that sounds like it's relevant to this. Yeah, so the Theosophists had a committee that was. Wait, well, are they just mentioning? Damn it! I have to read all that just to like. Let's see. Where's it start off? Blind want to sail the deep desire. Okay, so I think it's talking about this guy helping relief or something. I don't think it's actually about him being a theosophist. Okay, let's go to. Okay, oh, here's some kind of Aryan magazine mentioning his name twice. Well, that's interesting. Damn it, too bad it's not the full view. What does that say? Karma Nemesis. Okay, let me go back. Oh, there's only 2 pages of it. Okay, so we're going back to this one. Herbert Samuel. Let's see where it starts off. And Okay, so it's an anti-Semitism article. Part 6. Thought the reestablish improved conditions, blah blah. Alright, so this Herbert Samuel guy was he was from England. Let's see. Yeah, Cecil Rhodes. If he was in league with Cecil Rhodes, the whole New World Order thing. I think that's maybe where people are getting confused with thinking that it's, because I definitely think it's all about England. What is this? Damn it, I'm on the wrong thing here. Okay. Let's see here. Member of the Milner Group, blah blah. Okay, so Lord Herbert Samuel appointed Haj Amin al Musani. Oops, damn it, why is my mouse retarded? Let's do a search on that bastard. Mufti of Jerusalem. Let's go to the books, see what they got there. Tool. 1961. Middle East record. 1960. Cooperation with Iraq. Let's see. Cooperation with Jordan. Private donation of blah blah. Okay, let's go to the next one. Well, this is interesting. Hitler's Shadow. 2010. A new book. Well, here we go. There's the name. What is some kind of diagram? The CIA diagram shows a nexus of former Nazis. Beisner, Skorzeny, Rademacher, Brunner, and Reamer with important Arab leaders, the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husani, Abbas Halim, Gamal Nasser. Okay, so there's al-Husani right there. Oops. What does that say? William Beisner. So what are these other names here? Madani, Hans German, Otto Skorzeny. Let's see here. Stop. Heindel. Whoa. What if he's related to Max Heindel? Joseph Heindel. Let me see there. Where's the keyboard? Oh god, I can't see shit. Okay, so Max Heindel and Joseph Heindel. Let's see if we can find those in the same document. Joseph Heindel, H-E-I. Is that E-I? Where is that at? Oh, fuck. There. H-E-I. Okay, so there's no search results. Okay, let's try it. The other spelling. No search results. Okay, let's go back to the books. Okay, sorry, I'm just getting sidetracked real quick. Oh, there's nothing. Damn. Okay, so yeah, it's like Indiana Jones. You gotta Most research is just done in books. Okay, so I think I should screenshot this. Let's see here. Okay, let me just screenshot this real quick. It'll be a really low quality, but okay. I mean, I'm gonna download the document too, but okay. So let's see if it. What is this? It says what is? This is interesting. Oops. Frankfurt. Where are we at here? I can zoom. I can zoom. I can zoom in. uh, let's see. For a member of Nazi foreign officer. Let's see the culture living. Okay, maybe we should zoom out a little bit. See what we got going on here. 2 redacted documents. What else do we got? Third redacted document. What is this? Or no, that's not redacted. Let's see. This will value first importance, urgent, necessary. Travel west. Blah blah. Polish minister. Subject's trial. The Polish court, largely influenced by political factors. You know, who was that one guy that was from Poland? What was that guy's father? The Lord, what's his name? Wasn't he from Poland? Or no, he was from England. I'm thinking of something before him. Okay, 1st March. You might need to shave. My face is like itchy as fuck. Okay, CIA moved to protect Ukrainian nationalist leader Mykola Lebed from criminal investigation by Immigration and Naturalization Service, 1952. I think I should go back to this later. Yeah, I'm just going to have to download that. Oh, so there's only like a few books even mentioning this dude. Let's see here. Yeah, Dennis Cuddy's got a doctorate in fucking history, so you know that he's living in a fucking library. Okay, let's see. Blah blah. Radical Islamic roots. Since its inception, 1952, the Jordanian occupied East Jerusalem has gained tens of thousands of followers from London to Lahore. From its beginning on, Nabhani's organization was influenced from the rabid anti-Semitism propagated by Sheikh al Hajj al Amin al Hassani. Yeah, so rabid anti-Semitism by Sheikh Maj Amin. Okay, so Lord Herbert Samuel uh, is a member of the Milner Group, that controlled British foreign affairs, and that Samuel appointed Haj Amin al Hassani, who was a rabid anti Semite. Well, that's interesting. Why? I mean, if this guy's. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why would it? I mean, unless his orders lie to the secret societies and not his race, you know, for all those people that think it's a Jewish conspiracy. Because I think the secret societies are what's calling the shots. The okay, so that's kind of what I was curious about, confirming if what this I mean Al Hassani. I knew that he was Islam. I just want to confirm that he was racist. Let's see here. Al-Hassani aided the pro-Nazi revolt in 1941. He spent the rest of World War II as Hitler's special guest in Berlin, advocating Holocaust, blah blah, recruiting Balkan Muslims for infamous SS Mountain Division, who tried to wipe the communities. Who was the Grand Mufti? I think I've ran into this document before. Let's see here. What is that? Shadow Global Organization. What is this book called again? Oh shit. I have to go back to see. Leninist model. Akin to disciplined Marxist-Leninist party. Bolsheviks. Critical mass achieved. His platform and action fits the Islamic globalization, an alternate mode of globalization based on radical Islam. Well, that's interesting. So Russian one and Islam one. Let's see here. Anti-Americanism. He was drafted before 9/11. His leaders accused the United States of imposing hegemony on the world, and after 9/11, his claimed the U.S. declared war against blah blah, established international alliance under a pretext of fighting terrorism and is reinforcing the grip of countries, blah blah. U.S. accused Bin Laden of being responsible without, well, Bin Laden claimed it, from my understanding. Muslim, let's see here. Yeah, so they're okay. We'll just get that later. Let's go back to the article. Mufti, the head political administrator of Arab Palestine, Lord Alfred Milner, who was in charge of executing Power Elite member Cecil Rhodes' secret scheme to take the government of the whole world, quote unquote, June 27, 1923, in the House of Lords, said regarding Palestine that there, quote, must always remain not an Arab country or a Jewish country, but an international country in which all the world has a special interest. I think some mandatory power will always be required. All the world has a special interest. While al-Hassani was in Palestine, Hassan al-Banna founded the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt in 1928, and it has been from that organization that radical Islamic groups such as Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and Al-Qaeda have come. Mark Hosenball and Michael Isikoff of Newsweek have reported connections between Al-Qaeda and the Muslim Brotherhood. Members Mamoun Darkhazanli and Yosef Nada. Damn it, I always forget to push the fucking mute button. Sorry about that. Where is that? Former CIA agent Robert Baer in Sleeping with the Devil explains that the U.S., quote, made common cause with the Muslim Brothers, end quote, and used them to, quote, do the dirty work in Yemen, Afghanistan, and plenty of other places, end quote. In the 1930s, the Muslim Brotherhood supported Adolf Hitler, distributing his Mein Kampf, and by 1936, only 800 members began to oppose British rule in Egypt. Yeah, I think this is where it starts getting the Nazi shit. Okay, it's a good thing I picked this one. By 1938, the Muslim Brotherhood membership had grown 200,000. By the late 1940s to at least a 500,000. 1933, when Adolf Hitler came to power, Young Egypt Green Shirts was founded in October of that year by Ahmad Hussein. I think that's the uncle of Saddam Hussein, who had been greatly influenced by al-Hassani, young Egypt supporter, Hitler and the Nazis, and one of its early members was at Anwar Sadat, who helped the Nazis during World War II. September 18th, 1953, a letter to the Egyptian news daily El Masar, he expressed his admiration of Hitler. Yeah, so the fucking Muslims and Hitler were jerking each other off. Fucking during World War II, President Roosevelt was no real friend of Jews. And Secretary of State Edward Stetson's papers, he wrote that during FDR's meeting with Stalin at Yalta for 1945, Stalin asked FDR if he intended to make any concessions to King Saud of Saudi Arabia. And then Stettinius wrote, quote, leader replied, FDR replied that there was only one concession he thought he might offer, and was to give him 6 million Jews to the United States, end quote. The outrageousness of this remark by FDR is perhaps rivaled only by the hypocrisy of his Day of Infamy speech regarding the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, 1941. 2 weeks earlier, November 25th, he talked with Secretary of War Henry Stimson about how they should maneuver Japan, into a position of firing the first blank. This quote comes from the dialogue. Back to that one thing. What the hell was he saying? FDR replied that there was only one concession he thought he might offer. So he's talking about letting him live in the United States. So what does that mean exactly? How does that... okay, so let's go on here. Okay, so the Stimson, this quote, that comes from Stimson, who's CFR member as well as Skull and Bones member who initiated George H.W. Bush into the same Yale University secret society. After World War II, Gamal Abdel Nasser, the leader of Young Egypt, led the July 1952 coup against the monarchy of Egypt. Becoming the leader in 1956, first CIA directly supported Nasser. Game of Nations book, CIA agent Miles Copeland revealed the agency subcontracted more than 100 Nazi specialists in security and interrogation techniques to help Nasser. However, as Nasser grew stronger, CIA Director Alan Dulles saw him as a threat who could ally Arabs and Muslims far beyond Egyptian national boundaries. Copeland said Dulles told him, quote, if that Colonel Nasser of yours pushes us too far, we will break him in half. Well, that sounds like it was necessary to say. So that's where I think Cooper is. He says the Dulles brothers were both good and bad. And so, I mean, maybe that was a good thing that they were telling them fucking that Nasir, that he's gonna break him in half. Fucking Colonel Nasir. Let's see here. Let's see. The Muslim Brotherhood originally supported Nasir in the 1952 revolt, but they became disenchanted with him when it became apparent he would not establish an Islamic state. They were blamed for a blank attempt at him in 1954, and according to Copeland, interrogations of Muslim Brotherhood members after the attempt revealed they were merely a guild that fulfilled the goals of Western interests. Quote, damn it. Okay. Nor was that all. Sound beatings of the Muslim Brotherhood organizers who had been arrested revealed that the organization had been thoroughly penetrated at the top by the British, American, French, and Soviet intelligence services, any one of which could either make active use of it or blah blah suit its purpose. So I think, well, so what's bizarre is that, you know, that well, this whole like Nazis being in league with Muslims is that's where the whole Aryan race conspiracy. That's the whole thing. It's and that it's not a coincidence that all those fucking that fucking radical Islam religion is taught to criminals all across the country in the fucking socialist fucking prison system. Uh, so what a coincidence! Socialism preaching a religion that's sanctioned by socialism, aka Muslim, and that there's all these people that are dupes that believe in this Muslim religion and all this crap, lies, this engineered, fabricated bullshit religion that fucking has its converts all go wacko. Uh, I mean, those are pretty typical symptoms of almost any religion. But the no offense to anybody, but there's some crazy ass shit out there. you know, cigarette. Probably put everybody to sleep in the audience. Well, that's the thing with this whole Nazi conspiracy. It's like the Nazis weren't Nazis; they were theosophists. They were uh, they were part of a secret society. They were connected with the OTO and Thule. They were a dangerous anti-American organization which wished to destroy the American way of life and which wished to enslave the world, to take over everything, and to make socialism. That's why these New World Order people, they want world socialism. 'Cause they want to continue their bullshit. That's why they did an experiment at a small level, such as Nazi Germany. They made their small version and then their bigger version, which was international socialism out of Russia. The two choices were the same thing: socialism. And fucking international versus national socialism. And so all the 50 shades of socialism that are perpetuated by the New World Order. I mean, because socialism is the enemy of fucking it's the enemy of constitutional republic. I mean, the founding fathers did not envision a graduated income tax and all this other bullshit. you know, and that they did not want. I mean, that's what's crazy because fucking cigarette is very packed. Well, I guess I'm going to continue with this. Let's see. The book jacket, The Devil's Game, How the United States Helped Unleash Fundamentalist Islam, 2005 by Robert Dreyfuss. One reads, among the hidden stories the U.S. collusion with radical Islam that Dreyfuss reveals, here are Eisenhower's 1953 Oval Office meeting with the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, and the United States' later alliance with the group and their Saudi patrons against Egypt's President Nasser. Dreyfuss meticulously documents CIA's funding of the Iranian Ayatollahs and the coup d'etat to restore Iran's Shah to power. The United States support from Saudi Arabia efforts to create worldwide Islamic bloc as an antidote to Arab nationalism and long-standing ties between Islamic fundamentalists and leading banks of the West. With clarity and rigor, Dreyfuss also chronicles how the United States looked the other way when Israel's secret blank supported the creation of radical Palestinian group Hamas. Oh, that's crazy. Well, who's running the Israel secret blank? Is it the IMF? I mean, I'm not looking it up. So, let's see here. No, my screen went out. It's weird how the screen goes out, but then the other one. Okay, so yeah, I don't think he caught that with that other dude too. That's where I think this Masonic conspiracy comes into play. The theosophical conspiracy, this Christ consciousness shit, this Baha'u'llah, the Islamics and the fucking Baha'ism is fucking hand in hand. Let me see here. Let me just document it here. Yeah, Baha'i. Okay. Oops. Okay, let me just find an older book to. Well, I've went over this before. I mean, let's see. Damn it, I hate the newer books. Okay, so this might be a good one. Where's the word Baha'i? Okay, I think I'm gonna skip this. This is taking too long. I went over this before, but I mean it's Persian. It's Baha'i is Persian. They're both. Let's see the directory. Okay, so yeah, this directory of Islam has Baha'i in it. So 1885 directory of Islam mentions the Baha'i and cross-reference Islam with Baha'u'llah and stuff. You'll find it. Okay, where's that? Reveals a history of double dealing and cynical exploitation that continues to this day. As in Iraq, where the New World Order is backing radical Islamists allied with Iran's clerics who have surfaced as the dominant force in the post Saddam Hussein Iraqi government. Yeah, and I say because our United States is the Constitution, the New World Order is a totally different thing. I mean, okay, so I mean, it'd be cool if I could get Dennis. Well, excuse me, Dennis Cuddy on here. I mean, I need to get his book. The Saudis were opposed to Nasir and became the primary supporters of the Muslim Brotherhood of the Arabian Peninsula and beyond, according to Martin Lee in Razor magazine, 2004. Muslims were promoted as teachers, employed as teachers, imams in mosques, schools, government agencies, blah blah. Promoted extremist doctrine of Sayyid Qutb, the Brotherhood's leading scribe and theorist, who provided a Quranic justification for violence against corrupting Western influences. One of Osama bin Laden's instructors in religious studies was the exiled brother of Sayyid Qutb, who taught classes on the imperatives of nuances of Islamic jihad. Muslim Brotherhood veterans have played a prominent role during every phase of bin Laden's terrorist odyssey. so these Islams connected to the Nazis is, you know, they the they're against Western influences, but yet they all come to our country. Like, get them the fuck out of here. They're fucking all a bunch of fucking terrorists and shit. They're fucking taught that shit. We're not taught hate in our schools. We're not. Well, I don't know what the fuck they teach these days, but we weren't taught hate in the '90s. Like fucking they're all taught hate against us, the West. And fucking they're not gonna conform to American standards. They're not gonna fucking they're gonna push their bullshit in our country, and they're gonna brainwash everybody. We've seen it in fucking on Twitter. Well, I've seen it. Fucking, I don't know if you guys have, if you got Twitter, but all these people in Ireland who are fucking converting to Islam, these red-haired motherfuckers. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are they, stupid? Let's see. College student, blah, blah, Abdullah Azam, a Palestinian Muslim brother. Bin Laden transferred his base of operations to Sudan in 91. Next 5 years, Bin Laden and his inner circle were holed up in Khartoum courtesy of Sheikh Hassan of Al Turabi. Sir Ben educated the head of Sudanese branch. Bin Laden went back to Afghanistan in 96. Al Qaeda member Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, self described mastermind of 9/11, cut his teeth. What does that mean? The Kuwaiti chapter of. I think I'm gonna go to sleep. I've done smoked too many cigarettes. Well, I guess maybe I can smoke one more. Almost at the 4:20 mark on the clock. Damn it. Need some kind of snack, but all I got is chocolate, and I don't want to eat chocolate. I can't eat chocolate. Let's see. I guess I might skip this on this last part and just freestyle some kind of. Let's see, some kind of ideas here. Just like a. Well, I did want to get into this again, just to bring this up because I was talking about the the surrealism in the movies the other night. Let's see, who's that dude right there? Theodore Hesberg, head of population control in the Rockefeller Foundation. Jesus, Hesberg. That sounds like a German name. I did want to mention earlier about Rudolf Hess. I wonder if he is related to Hess of Germany, who is the crown. The Saxo Coburg Gotha was the Coburg Gotha was Hess. See, let me bring that up. Yeah, where's the Hess? Yeah, connected. That'll be by Caroline The Hess Castle. Kassel. No. Okay, so well, I'm not gonna get into that, I guess. But so okay, I'm gonna skip that part. Blah blah. Skip that part. Oh wait. Okay. Okay. So the movie is based on L. Frank Baum's *The Wonderful Wizard of Oz*, 1900. Theosophical work. Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Wonder if I could find a copy of that real quick. Wonderful Wizard of Oz books. Let's see. Maybe we should investigate that. Here we go. All right, let's put this on the screen for a moment. Let's search some words. Well, I guess let's see what the pictures are first. Wow, there's a lot of pictures. Because, I mean, it is all surrealism. Not sure what, there might be some, like, it's got, like, a real tarot card feel to it, these images. Where's the Wizard of Oz? Where's that, like, at the end? Let's see. I would assume it's like near the end here somewhere. Let's see. Is that it? Nope. Okay. What is that? Okay, that must be the real wizard. I'm assuming. Is that Dorothy and Toto and the lion? What's up with the lion? He looks like a fucking. They put glasses on him. Everybody gets glasses at the end. You're now one of the elect. I give you glasses. Okay. Okay, so it appears as though there's more images strewn throughout the book. What was I gonna search? Is that the no? That's a scarecrow. Wait, am I? Okay, so there's yeah, so that must be the wizard there. But I'm trying to find the picture where he's got the two faces or whatever. It seems like there's a lot going on with this. Okay, so they meet him there behind the door. Let's see. Discovery of Oz. Well, maybe it doesn't have a picture of that. Okay, let's search here and see if we can find any theosophical keywords. Let's see. Consciousness. Nope. Plane. Nope. Let's see. Nirvana. Theosophy. I wonder what. Damn it. Maybe the yellow. Yellow flowers. Yellow road. Yellow. Yellow winkies. Yellow. Blah, blah. So it's mentioning yellow a lot. Yellow is the Samsara. I wonder how many times it mentions Kansas. Kansas. Blah blah blah. Does it say the word illumine? What about illuminate? What about evolution? Nope. Damn it. Okay, let's just go back to the article here. Oops, damn it. How do I get back to that? Okay, there we go. Blah blah. Philosophical work. Boehm and his wife, Maud, were theosophists who followed the teachings of Blavatsky, co-editor of Theosophical Lucifer magazine with 80%, a close friend of William Stead, one of the top members of Cecil Rhodes' Secret Society of the Elect. Besant Rhodes' Trust member Rudyard Kipling and John Ruskin, Rhodes' mentor, all used swastikas. That's correct. According to University of Georgia Professor John Elgio, former president of Theosophical Society, Theosophical publication The Quest, summer 1993. Also notice Cooper brings up the Order of the Quest. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz is a theosophical allegory and, quote, Oz is a mandala. Mandalas represent the human psyche in the world of samsara, the world of differentiation and becoming. Kansas is that world where there is no differentiation. So it's black and white, but only oneness, from which we have all come and to which we are destined to return. End quote. Agio related that Dorothy, quote, Dorothy is a soul sent out of Nirvana of Kansas into Samsara of Oz, where to find her way back again to the undifferentiated unity from which she comes. Dorothy is brought from Kansas to Oz by a cyclone, which is the cycle of necessity, the round of birth and death, which catches us up and brings us into life, that is, to Oz. Toto expresses the archetype that represents the animal nature in all of us. There's that lower nature. Excuse me. Damn it, I always forget to push the mute button. Elgio then explained that the Cowardly Lion, Tin Woodman, and Scarecrow, who respectively want courage, a heart, and a brain. Just keep in mind the movie Last Action Hero is definitely a theosophical movie. That the in the movie the dude that's with Arnold, the kid or whatever, he gains courage in the movie like the Cowardly Lion. Uh, Arnold identifies himself as the Tin Man, quote unquote, in the movie. He says he's the Tin Man and that he gains a brain where he comes out of or he leaves the nirvana, which is the movie, the oneness, and then he comes to the real world where he realizes the flaws of his life, and then he goes back into nirvana later in the movie, but like back into the movie in the movie. Let's see, in the brain, Blavatsky's statement published by Besant, which reads, quote, there is no danger that dauntless courage cannot conquer. There is no trial that spotless purity cannot pass through. There's no difficulty that strong intellect cannot surmount, end quote. Relevant to the Scarecrow's and Tin Woodman's debate over whether having brains or a heart is more important. That comes to Blavatsky's Voice of Silence book section, The Two Paths, where the intellectual doctrine of the eye is compared to the compassionate doctrine of the heart. So, what was it? The lion versus the scarecrow versus the woodman, the Tin Man. So the scarecrow wanted a mind, and that the woodman wanted a heart. Ah, damn, I drank my whole pop already. LG explained that Dorothy's quest to Oz is to find her way home, back to Kansas, back to Nirvana, and it has 3 phases. First, she follows a yellow brick road, which strongly suggests the path, the mystic way that leads to enlightenment, quote unquote. This comes from Blavatsky Besant's statement, quote, "There is a road, steep and thorny, Besant, beset with perils of every kind, but yet a road, and it leads to the very heart of the universe," end quote. Yellow Brick Road leads to the Emerald City, which is, according to Allegro Algio, the heart of the universe of Oz. At the end of the road are Emerald City and the Wizard. Emerald is green and the color of harmony or balance. It's the midway in the color spectrum. Fourth or harmonizing ray. Keep in mind it's also the color of Osiris, the god of the underworld. Concerning the second phase, Algio mentioned that the wicked witches of the east and west represent respectively the desire for birth and the fear of death, which accompany our coming into and passing out of life. End quote. After crushing the wicked witch of the east, quote, thus overcoming the desire for further birth, Dorothy must go to the uttermost west, encounter the wicked witch of death, and overcome her with water, the symbol of life. So the wicked witch, the east and the west. Uh, so she has to the overcoming the desire for further birth. She has to she's obtaining the what is that called, the uh where you have no desire. She's getting rid of her desire. Uh, well, I guess it says overcoming desire for further birth, but it's further birth like wants, material wants, like the uh, Buddhist stuff. That's what it's talking about. Because a lot of the same Surah is a Buddhist thing. After this, Dorothy returns to the Emerald City, discovered that the wizard, according to Algio, is after all a humbug. This is perhaps the most theosophical of all details of the fairy story. The wizard is a humbug because all teachers we find outside ourselves are humbugs. One of the cardinal messages of theosophy is that we can rely on no one to save us but ourselves, quote unquote. Dorothy then begins the third phase of her journey to the land of the South. As Allegro explained, quote, to seek the counsel of Glinda, the good witch. To travel south is to travel deep within ourselves. Glinda represents the intuition within each of us, the glint of light of truth, the only true source of guidance. What Glinda tells Dorothy is that she has always had the power to go back to Kansas. Dorothy needs no guru, for she is her own guide. She need only rely upon herself, unquote. Ligiel concluded his essay by stating, quote, if there was a moral to the Wizard of Oz, this is it. We must rely on ourselves, for we alone have the power to save ourselves, end quote. I mean, that's a good message, but well, so this, uh, yeah, the Humanist Manifesto is New Age God within concepts, the Christ consciousness. That's really what it's about. I could have sworn it went further into detail. Maybe it was something else I was reading that was going further into detail about the Wonderful Wizard of Oz book. Could have sworn there was more to it. Seems Sarah. Well, I guess I'm way past the 420 mark. so I'm probably just gonna pass out. All right. I'll probably finish. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna go on tomorrow. I'm pretty tired. Or pretty worn out. I gotta do a bunch of stuff. I mean, there is I don't know if Dennis Cuddy's written an article lately. Let me see. Let's see. I'm not sure if Dennis Cuddy. Okay, so it looks like he wrote one April 2025, 2024, but Rudyard Kipling. I don't remember if I read this one. Let me push this over here. Let's see what we got here. Okay, Volume 1, Cecil Rhodes, cover. He founded a secret society of elect 1891 to take over the world. The ultimate goal was to have Rhodes Scholar Billary, blah blah, Southern Baptist from Arkansas, go to a Jesuit university in Georgetown because Secretary of State John Foster Dull's son Avery Dulles, Catholic cardinal, was there. And his mentor Carroll Quigley, who wrote Treasure and Hope, was there. Tragedy was that average American was in charge of the government. Quigley's hope was that elite would control government as the philosopher kings in Plato's Republic. Yeah, I've been seeing that for quite some time. That's what Cooper says too. Plato's Republic. That's what they would do, which is socialism. Greek philosopher Solon had gone to the priest of the temple of Isis in Sais, Egypt, who told him about Atlantis. Blah blah. Plato mentioned Socrates, who mentored Aristotle, who tutored Alexander the Great. Remember that Alexander the Great was a Mason, according to the whatchamacallit movie made by Masons. What the fuck is that called? The Man That Would Be King. Alexander went marauding eastward to Macedonia, but he was also looking for the secret knowledge of survivors of Atlantis. As did Heinrich Himmler. When he got to the wall surrounding India, he met a superior army and was repulsed. Alexander was wounded, taken back to Macedonia. Rudyard Kipling was a member of the Rhodes Trust and spent a lot of time in India and wrote The Man That Would Be King, the movie I just mentioned. I think I have read this article because I remember this rug here had like a swastika or something in it. Yeah, you can see the swastikas right there. Swastikas up and down on the rug. Kipling's book in the 1890s had left angle Henry swastikas on it. Kipling's book, Rudyard Kipling. What? Wait, so he wrote a book. Did he write Man Who Would Be King? Yeah, he did, I think. Okay, so he did. Let's see here. Let's see if we can find a copy of that. Where's the books? The Man Who Would Be King. Damn it. I'm not seeing it here. I'm seeing a Freemason mention of it, but picture. Okay, I think I'm gonna skip this. Rudyard Kipling, blah blah. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go back to this. Okay. Let's see. So in the book, it left Engel, blah, 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 when the head of the monks, who were descended from the original Aryans, who were the only survivors of Atlantis, saw Connery and Kane. He was going to kill them until he saw a medallion around Connery's neck, reading about the Man Who Would Be King movie, and said it was just like the medallion Alexander the Great had given him thousands of years earlier. Hitler reversed the swastikas and Engels. There's no blah, blah. So in the book, in the movie though, that he had a compass and a square. Okay, so here we go. Hitler's name was Adolf Schicklgruber. In the 1990s, his parents placed him in a Benedictine monastery that left Engels swastikas. Blah blah. There he met a weird Cistercian monk who introduced him to the Thule, another name for Aryan society, which taught him to mesmerize large crowds of people saying Deutschland über alles. The power elite's plan is to take over the world. About 200 years ago, used a dialectical process. America was a young independent republic, not a democracy. The antithesis in America would be communism. Excuse me, they created Karl Marx's manifesto. Synthesis would be world socialist government. Before that could happen, each nation would first have to become socialist, and that is what the word Nazi means, National Socialist Workers' Party. So they created Hitler's rule. Today we have both secret Nazi plan taking over the world and the secret communist plan taking over the world's culture, including art, music, dance, and sex. That's why in Aldous Huxley's 1930s Brave New World, there was a sex pill called Soma, and why today there are implicit sex in movies and TV. What the fuck? That was the whole article? Ah, what the fuck? Son of a bitch. You got ripped off. Okay, so let's go back here. There was other articles too that were to do with. I need to go back in that Nazi article and find that spot where it mentioned Hitler and the Christ consciousness shit. I don't remember what part that was, like number 5 or something. You have to Google it. 1919 Hitler. Okay. Okay, so it's not searching. I'm gonna have to. For some reason, Google doesn't search the words of these articles. Because Google is an asshole. The 19. I'm gonna have to backtrack on that article. That article is a real fucking can of worms. I think it was more like art part 6. I'm gonna have to go through the whole thing again because it's just gonna be a pain in the ass. I mean, maybe I can just search 1990. No, I'm not doing it. It'll take too long. All right, well, I'm going to sleep. Fucking, I've been up too late. I need to start going to sleep earlier, like midnight again. All right, peace out. Push the like button because YouTube hates me. All right. All right. Peace.